not in a cricket club.
Okay, if everyone can have a seat, please, we're going to get started. Okay. Good evening. We're going to call the June 8th Town of Bay Harbor Islands Council meeting to order at 7 o'clock p.m. If you could all, first call to order. Pledge allegiance. We'll all stand, please, for the Pledge allegiance. Also, can we also have, let's see, from Miami Beach Senior High, Mrs. Tonini? Can you please come to the front? We're going to give you the honor of the pledge. Come on. Right up there. And you can recite the pledge for us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see the roll call in here. Madam, I said you're going to do roll call. That's what I was looking for.
Councilmember Yaffe?
Here.
Councilmember Sauber?
Here.
Councilmember Reed?
Here.
Councilmember Moreno?
Here.
Councilmember Fuller?
Here.
Vice Mayor Bruder?
Here.
Mayor Leonard?
Here.
All present. You have a quorum.
Okay, we have some special presentations. For most of you, probably know this is the end of the school year, so we have some special guests, residents that are in different phases of their lives in education. We have some presentations for our students of the year from Ruth K. Broad, Nautilus Middle, and Miami Beach Senior High. So can we have Ian, Leah, and Margarita please come forward? Thank you.
Leah could not make it today, Mayor, so we have Ian and Margarita.
Can everyone hear me? Okay. There we go. Can you hear me now? Okay. First, we're going to get to go. Ian. He's our student of the year, Ruth K. Broad, Bay Harbor. How old are you?
13.
You're 13? And where are you going next year?
Miami Beach Senior High.
Beach High. Wow. Oh my gosh. Excited?
Yeah, very much.
Well, we have another award for you. We have this beautiful plaque for you. And you already got another plaque and a trophy, so you're doing pretty good. So, do you have anything to say?
Sad to leave Bay Harbor, and it's been a really good experience.
Well, just remember what they say. Once a Bobcat, always a Bobcat, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, congratulations, and we're going to take a picture.
On 3, 1, 2, and 3.
Congratulations. The best of luck to you, okay? Our recipient for Nautilus Middle couldn't be here tonight, but we do have a recipient from Miami Beach Senior High. Margarita, come on up. So you also received a plaque, and you get another plaque. And as a small token of your hard work, we also have a check, and this is the plaque, but I'm sure you will appreciate this. A check for $1,000. Please use it all in one place. Where are you going? You're a senior, right?
I'm going to be a senior.
You're going to be a senior.
Right.
And where do you want to go to college?
MIT.
MIT. You know what? I'm sure you'll make it. All right? Anything you want to say?
Thank you so much for this, and I'm going to keep working hard so that this pays off.
I'm sure it will. All right?
Okay, on 3, 1, 2, and 3. One more. And 3.
Congratulations again.
Jordan, can
Yeah.
you bring Ian back up so I can...
Yeah, sure. Ian, come on. And
Around the other side.
oh, you can. Sure.
Don't drop it.
No, no, please.
All right, on 3. 1, 2, in here. 3. One more. 6 smiles.
Congratulations. Do we have any other students present that are graduating from any of the schools? I know that some said they were going to be here. Is anyone else graduating students? Well, just so you know, we do have some other achievers from Bay Harbor Islands. I won't call out everyone's names, but we have a lot of kids that graduated from the town this year. We have one student who was council president for one school. We had another student who was actually valedictorian of their school. We had several Silver Knight nominees. So just so you know, Bay Harbor has a great reputation of having great families, and congratulations to all of you that were here and all the students that were not here. Best wishes in all of your future endeavors, whichever schools you're going to be going to next year. Congratulations. Next, we have a brief introduction of a judge who's running. Judge, are you still here? Yeah, Judge Young, are you still here? No, I guess he already left. Okay. Then, oh, he's outside. Okay. All right, moving on. We have number 2, the formal presentation of our CAFR. Mr. Manager?
Mike Futterman, who's our auditor, will do the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. For the record, my name is Michael Futterman, and I serve as the audit partner on the audit for the town of Bay Harbor Islands. Obviously, we're presenting the financial statements for the fiscal year ended September 30, 2014. I don't know if any of you brought your copy of the financial statements with you, but I'm just going to want to go through just a few items in the CAFR. If you were following along the introductory section, page 6. Roman numeral page 6 is a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, which was awarded to the town for their fiscal year ended September 30, 2013 CAFR. And this document has also been submitted to the same Government Finance Officers Association for the certificate program for 2014, of which the town will find out probably in September or October if they're awarded the certificate, but there is no reason why they won't be awarded the certificate. One of the few pages in the document that belongs to us are our auditor's report, and I'm just going to go through some of the auditor's reports. Page 1 through 3 is the main independent auditor's report. The most important part about that report, it talks about the standards in which we follow, which is generally accepted auditing standards. It talks about we also have to follow government auditing standards because this is a local government in the state of Florida. In addition to that, the most important paragraph, I guess, is the opinion paragraph, which states that we've issued an unmodified opinion. They changed the terminology a few years ago from unqualified because people always question, what do you mean we're unqualified? So anyhow, it's an unmodified or a clean opinion, which is really the only opinion you ever want to be associated with. If you haven't had an opportunity to read through the document, there's management's discussion and analysis, which is on pages 4 through 13, which is really a summary of the activity for the fiscal year ended September 30, 2014, and on a comparative basis, but not only tells you that balances and amounts change, but why they change, which is an important fact in looking at financial statements. One of the reports in the back end of the report, as I mentioned before, we have to perform this audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. And one of the things we're required to do is issue a report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance with laws, rules, and regulations. And we're pleased to report that we have no findings to report, to you. In addition, this is, again, because it's the state of Florida, we have to issue a management letter in accordance with the rules of the Auditor General of the state of Florida. And again, pleased to report that we had, no findings. I also want to mention the report, these financial statements and the reports were issued on April 13th. This was the first meeting that the council was available for this presentation, but the statements were issued on April 13th, would have been issued probably before the end of March, had, I guess, your finance director not taken ill. Because we were on slate to finish by then. One of the new things that I'm sure you've heard, or may have heard all about GASB Statement Number 67, which is Governmental Accounting Standards Board 67, which required local governments, starting in fiscal year 2015, to measure an unfunded pension liability. And based on the actual report that was done for fiscal year 2015, the total extent of the liability that the town will have to put on their books for 2015 is about $35,000, which shows the plan based on these new governmental accounting standards boards requirements is only has, like I said, an unfunded liability of $35,000. The plan was 99% funded as of September 30, 2014. This will be measured on an annual basis, but that's all. And I can tell you that some of the plans are recording millions of dollars of unfunded liabilities for their plans. So that will be, you'll see that and all of the related disclosures in fiscal year 2015. Just also to point out too that we had no difficulties in dealing with management during the course of our audit. We had no disagreements with management. Any adjustments that we had proposed, none of which were material, were recorded by management during the course of the audit. So I wanted to thank Alan and his staff and Ron and everyone else for their cooperation and conduct during the audit. And if you have any questions, I'll be pleased to address them.
Thank you so much, Michael. Does any member of the council have any questions for Mr. Futterman? Anyone? Kelly?
I have one comment. It might be better addressed by staff, but I was just looking at the organizational chart, and here it's reflected that there's the council, then the manager, and then it looks like the town clerk works for the manager on this chart. But I don't think that's correct, is it?
Well, generally, yes, it will, so to speak. It's really that the council hires me and fires me, same as the clerk, I think same as Alan.
Maybe afterwards we
Oh,
can
no,
take...
no, I'm sorry, take it back.
I think we can...
The attorney, I'm sorry.
We can take a look and make that more consistent, because there's some other documents where it's a little inconsistent, so thank you.
Any comments? If not, Mr. Futterman, thank you so much. It's always to hear good news. Thank you. All right, next time on the agenda, any requests for withdrawals, deferments on future agenda items? Anyone? All right, hearing none. Mr. Manager?
Okay, I just have a...
Yeah, we're not up to that yet.
I'm not sure if I noticed a couple of people walked in. I'm not sure if the judge had, came in.
I didn't see it.
As far as thought. Okay. Just a few things to go over. First is some meeting we had with FPL concerning continuous power interruptions on the West Island. This was initiated from Council Member Yaffe with FPL, and they're aware of the problem, but it's particularly related to overgrown trees and limbs that interfere with the power lines behind people's houses. Right now, we actually followed up with a meeting with them. They agreed to do a full survey of the West Island, and we on the scene or out on site, you can see where it's generally the palm trees that are growing within either right directly underneath the power lines or right next to them. It doesn't matter how many times you trim them. Palm trees will put out another palm very shortly, and then we have the same situation. They did suggest a couple of things. One was putting shielded wire as one part of the plan. But the second part, which is really important, was to really go and deal with the trees that are interfering with the power lines. We agreed that we would work hand in hand with them on a public relations part of this, similar to when we put in the new concrete poles, that we will, after the survey is done and we know which trees they're talking about exactly, we'll meet with each individual homeowner, tell them listen, the tree has to be removed. And it's really it's important to have consistent power, because, right now, even in a non-windy, non-storm day, the power can go out on the West Island 2 or 3 times for no apparent reason, and it's generally due to a palm front. So, and actually, Florida Power and Light, it's within their rights to cut down trees, but they don't like doing it because they don't like, I guess, the negative part of it. That's where we come in. We really have to, step up and try to tell people that they can't have tall trees underneath power lines. And that's what we're gonna attempt to do. So that's well on its way. We expect that survey to be done in another week or so, and then we'll start knocking on doors. I did speak with Frank concerning the liability of such a thing, and Frank, could you throw...
FP&L has the right to chop down anything that could potentially obstruct or otherwise interfere with their power lines.
My question, because I had talked to Ron earlier, my question wasn't about FPL, and I know we have the right to go in as well, but I just want to make sure we're clear as that we have no liability if we have to go in, not FPL.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was you talking about FPL.
FPL
FPL is going to do the work.
Right, I understand, but when we spoke earlier, you informed me that FPL obviously doesn't want to do it if they don't have to.
They're reluctant.
You talked about us going in. I want to make sure we don't have a problem.
Sure, we do not have an issue if it has to do with power lines. I think what may hit the radar perhaps or get your radar up is the Florida canker and the citrus. That was based upon the belief that the citrus canker could spread, and therefore they wanted to reduce the amount of citrus trees. This is a totally different aspect. It has nothing to do with the trees. It has everything to do with the wires and lack of interruption of power.
No, I understand that. Excuse me. Because I didn't review the case. I knew the case existed, and that was the question I posed to Ron, because I didn't follow what the end result was of that case on the canker. It didn't really hit us here. But that being the situation, I wanted to make sure there wasn't a ruling in that case where they came back and said the municipalities then had to compensate the...
That was case specific.
Right, I just want to make sure we're not creating a situation later on for liability for the town.
Yeah, and I think what we prefer to do is rely on FP&L. While FP&L doesn't necessarily, or at least what they say is they don't love chopping down, and they do the minimal amount. And in practice, they do everything to protect the power lines.
Excuse me. The problem is also on the East Island, not just the West Island, though.
I know, but where we see it the heaviest certainly is on the West Island, but it's an island-wide problem, and we're not going to totally won't.
It's a statewide issue. Everywhere FP&L is, that's what they're doing all the time. They have divisions that do nothing but this.
And with these problems, they still think it's better not to underground. They still don't advocate for that. And for those of you who don't come to meetings a lot, we have had the discussion about the undergrounding many times.
Well, it's an issue of cost.
Yes. All right. They're not against undergrounding. It's just very expensive because it doesn't deal with just power lines. It deals with all the communication, cable, and everything else. So the initial cost, which would range, the last time I did it, was in the neighborhood of about $25 to $30 million, and that was just the cost. That didn't include getting easements from every property owner to allow it, and that was basically where we stood. It's not a foolproof guarantee that you will not have a power interruption just because you're underground. That should be stated. So, but it definitely looks a lot better when it's undergrounded.
Well, let me ask you. I had asked JC about the 3 poles that were in front of the Cadillac dealership that the lights were out, and you were going to find out. Go ahead.
No, when our FDOT, I was going to get to FDOT. I was going to leave that to last, but since you asked, FDOT, when they were putting in the new mast arm on the terrace, they drilled right through the line that connected a lot of the power along the street on that side, right down to, and affected a lot of lights. So that's being repaired.
But how long is it going to take? Because FP&L has up to 10 days to
Well, it's not an FPL.
I understand.
FDOT is
What I'm
repairing.
saying is FP&L is required to fix it within 10 days. How long are they required to fix it? Because it's been more than...
Well, the people that damaged it, they're repairing it now. It should be, I actually thought it was repaired, but I'll check.
Okay, thank you.
Any other items?
Bridge update. Yeah. As everybody knows, we're doing a very extensive bridge work to rehab all our spans. A lot of times people think we're just working on the main bridge, the ICW, but it involves all our bridges. We've had, I guess this is a good story and a bad story. During some of the deconstruction where they're taking off all the old concrete on the support columns, there was more deterioration on the main beam that carries the roadway, so we had to replace 8 beams. We're in the process of doing that, which costs more money, but it's better for us in the long run because the bridge will now be totally 100%. We're finding on the Indian Creek Bridge, which is the one that connects us to Surfside and Bal Harbor or the beach. They anticipated when we did the destructive testing a couple of years ago that about 25% of those beams would have some serious work to be done to them. It's turning out more like 50% now, so they're more concrete, more piers. Now it's about 50% of them will have some work to be done, whether replacing the concrete. And they put actually on that bridge, they put a steel sleeve over it, which gives it greater protection. So you can anticipate we will see an increased cost on that. You'll see that in the next in the August meeting.
Can I say something about the bridge?
Yes.
I don't remember exactly when Eileen Wallace was mayor of the town. We had an ordinance, I think, that if a truck weighed over a certain amount of weight, it could not go over.
That's when we had
That was Heckler's Bridge or whatever.
Right.
That was the flat bridge. That was the bridge that went from.
We had a travel restriction because the bridge was.
Right. So
It's not strong
It
enough.
wasn't the intercoastal bridge.
Right. No, I understand that, but as we're fixing this bridge and we're down to 1 lane, I know that we had. I don't know if I'm wondering if that's something that we should look at.
It should be noted that if there was a restriction to be replaced on the bridge, 2 people would do it. FDOT, who just inspected the bridge, even though during the repair phase, they're on it every year. They come in and they do a full inspection, and then we do it. If there was any thought, Hardesty, Hanover, which is our engineers for a long time, if there was any danger that the work could, be interrupted or be, we have heavy truck traffic, it would be posted and we wouldn't allow it.
No, I understand that, but we do have a lot of truck traffic, heavy trucks coming through. My thing to you is, if we have a right to say, I'd rather them come around because we're down to 2 lanes with these humongous trucks. We already have such backups, and these things are just,
Well, as you know, when we fixed our tolling prices, the trucks now pay a premium to go over the bridge. It's not a dollar anymore. They have to pay an upcharge.
No, but I think the question is there any basis by which the town could restrict certain vehicles from traveling over the roadway? I think that's what
as we
he's
fix
asking.
it, because we're down to 1 lane one way, 1 lane another way. These humongous trucks are coming through.
Just a refresher, when we rebuilt, because we had to redo the entire West Relief Bridge, that's the one, the westernmost bridge. When we posted the weight limit on that one, that was by FDOT. They told us, hey, there's structural deficiency.
I know that, but that's not what I'm asking.
Can we tell them?
What I'm asking you is, as we're fixing the bridge and we're down to 1 lane going, 1 lane coming, can we restrict the amount of construction companies, whether it's cement or these big,
big I can
trucks?
answer that. We would have to ask for and receive approval from the Florida Department of Transportation, because that's a state road.
Yeah, right. All right. Any other items, Mr. Manager?
I know last meeting we talked about landscaping. A report now, Bill O'Leary is working on a report. I'll have it in August. I asked him to look at all our landscaping throughout the island, do a full assessment on every corner, our medians, all our public property. He's also reviewing our tree master plan, which Mike Miller has submitted a draft copy of, and he'll make comments to that to see if it can be tweaked. But he just got it. He was happy to do it. So he'll give us some suggestions and some recommendations to that. Holiday decorations, I know we've been talking about it. That'll be on the next meeting also. They've given us some proposals, but the renderings really weren't what we know what they would look like, but they were just kind of cut and paste. So we'll have a better rendering for what you're going to see that we're going to ask you to look at.
And can you have the gentleman come in case there's any?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. We were just talking about FDOT. They're almost finished. They have about 2 weeks to go. I know their activities have not been really what I would consider FDOT quality. Normally, they do very good work, fast, clean, and it's good product. Here, and I've told them numerous times, they're sloppy. Their staging areas are pretty terrible. The overall supervisor has now reacted and moved some things around. We've helped them with giving them different areas to put things, but right now they're on a course to be finished in 2 weeks. They're going to be finishing this island this week. Matter of fact, they'll be working tonight, doing all the cross sections where you have the side roads and some parking swales. They'll finish up, and then the next week they'll be doing the West Island. And that's really what I have.
At the community center?
Oh, community center. Community center is we've had several meetings with them. The designer, Stantec and Eddie Lamas, has made some very good recommendations to us. Not to change the look of the design, but just to make some modifications in the inside. As you remember, but I really wanted him to. He's going to go over this with the council. In the center of basically in the very middle of the room, there was a round circle meeting area that was shifted to the right, which basically gave us a lot more space on the community center side, particularly with respect to the rooms, the sizing, and what can go on there. It also gave us more storage areas. So it was just a minor shift, but because the library might not come in for a long time, he really, strongly suggested we didn't tie up a lot of space with it. He says, move this, make this little adjustment. It gives you a lot more flexibility with what you want to do. It actually, and it helps with the cost of the project too, believe it or not. So we're still, we're on a $1.5 million budget, and that's where we are. So probably in a month or so, we'll have that finalized, and you'll get to see that. He'll go over that with you.
Okay. All right, moving on, we're going to go to the council reports. We'll start on the end with Ms. Morano.
We had an award assembly for the kids, Seaview, which went off very well. The kids were excited. The parents were excited. I also attended the League of Cities, which was a first for me, and I got to meet a lot of other council people from the other cities, which was very interesting. That's about it.
All right. Councilmember Reed.
I just spent the weekend with the Florida League of Cities in a training class for elected officials. It's always good to continue to update continuing education. And I also have been very disappointed with FDOT and just their general customer service. And the manager and I had a discussion. I asked him to please speak to the supervisors again. A lot of things that I've observed at night, 10:30 at night with, trucks staging right in front of our cafes, and a lot of unnecessary noise, and really, a difficulty communicating and even trying to find a supervisor to direct them. So it's to some point out of our control. They do work for us indirectly, but I know that it's not very easy for our town staff to, get them to do, the basics and compliance with customer service excellence. So we are working on that. I know a lot of you have given feedback, but if you experience anything egregious, feel free, to make a call and let the police department know. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Salva.
Yes, sir. Thank you. A couple of things to report. I also participated in the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, our monthly meeting at June, and I had the opportunity to last month chair the Finance Committee for the Children's Trust, and I also made a presentation at the League of Cities meeting in reference to the Children's Trust. I have the full report that I gave over to the people that participated in the June meeting of the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, and I just want to give everybody a little bit of briefing as to the activities of the Children's Trust. In case any of you don't know what the trust is, if any of you receive a tax bill from the county, one of the line items on that tax bill is the Children's Trust. The Children's Trust assesses 1/2 of a mil to everyone's tax bill, and we raise about over $100 million for children's programs. And there's some good news that we got recently from the county that the total taxable value countywide went up, which produced an additional funding ability for the trust to the tunes of $6 million. So next year, our budget is going to be about $110 million. And just to give you a couple of highlights of my presentation, the trust board, together with trust staff and with community input, updated the strategic plan for the trust over multiple planning sessions, and we have our continued commitment to fund quality programs and initiatives across the county. Parenting programs that educate and inspire, early learning programs that prepare children to succeed in school and in life, after school and summer camps that offer safe places for learning and interaction, Read to Learn program, the countywide initiative that continues to spawn new and improved efforts to help young readers, programs that support youth through self-expression and guidance, service partnerships that connect services in communities, health programs. One of them is on our agenda tonight. We have a program that's sponsored by the Children's Trust, whereby the school in Bay Harbor Islands, the K-8, the Ruth K. Broad K-8, will receive a grant for a nurse. Although it's not full-time, it's several days a week. A nurse is going to be present during the school hours. Health programs and services that provide the pillar for a child's well-being. Research and evaluation, which helps the trust decide on its wisest investments. Public policy, rallying support for children and families. And just to highlight several of the investments that we made in the past fiscal year, the trust invested $26.1 million in after-school camps and summer camps to support working families, and these programs served close to 15,000 children at 189 after-school sites. We invested $16.3 million in childhood health. We invested $5 million in 22 parenting programs. We invested $5 million in youth development programs that supported mentoring, music, dance, theater, physical fitness, and vocational training for teens. And there are several service partnerships that we have with almost every municipality and the county. And there are programs that support both physical fitness, arts, et cetera, et cetera. Some of our efforts are devoted to public policy. We devote a lot of manpower to going to Tallahassee and lobbying our elected officials statewide to fund children's programs to help the children of Dade County. Many of the publications that we have are published in English, Spanish, and Creole to make our programs all-inclusive, and we're looking forward to a great new year. That's my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Fuller?
Okay, thanks. I'll try and be brief. I also attended the after-school program awards for children, and I commend Vice Mayor Bruder on the program over the year. It was very successful. I attended the Dade County League of Cities meeting as well, and also the ethics training that was required from the state.
Councilmember Yaffe?
Thank you. I have nothing in particular to report, just a thank you to those of you who reached out to me and my family over the last couple of weeks. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. First of all, I want to let everybody know that school is out, and we'll begin again August 24th. So as you drive through the town, please be cognizant of all the children who are playing in the streets as you come home from work. I also visited the new park, and it is filled, and it is beautiful to see the kids playing in there, splashing in the water, and playing soccer on that field. I did have a meeting with Dade County School Systems about the building. They are going to start next summer building on top of the basketball courts 2 more floors of classrooms to alleviate the crowdedness that we have in the school, as well as redoing the basketball courts, the drainage of the field, and putting in a new field. A couple years ago, I think maybe 4 years ago, the PTA and had a fundraiser. I think most of us attended it, and we raised a substantial amount of money. And so in a joint venture with the school system, the PTA matched the funds with the school so that there will be a new basketball court that is open. So it's going to be a multi-faceted room. So it'll have a ceiling, the basketball hoops will sling back. They will have permanent the holes for the volleyball. They haven't finished the renderings yet, but I did ask them to please send us a copy of it so that it could be put in Town Hall for anybody to see. And I wish everybody a great summer. Thank you.
Steph, Vice Mayor, the field, you should stress that it's not just grass.
Oh, no, it's not grass. They are putting, so we've had a lot of problems with the field, as I'm sure most of you know. Over the year, it gets muddy and rocky. And so they are going to take the first level only because they've already dug down. So they're not looking to do that. And they are going to clear out the fields, put in new drainage, and put in I think it's a type of
Field turf or an artificial grass.
Right, higher quality than what is similar to what is in North Beach Elementary. If any of you don't know, we do not have, that's not our preview. We don't oversee the school system. We don't, that's not our privy to do that. So we were just invited in to be able to have that discussion and to see what they were doing. Thank you.
Right, I'll be brief. I also attended, the town co-hosted the last League of Cities meeting in the village of Al Harbor. It's always great to have members of the community that are not from Northeast Dade to come to our area to see what it's like to be in our area. It definitely puts things in better perspective when we're speaking to other elected officials and members of the community. I also attended, along with many of the other members of the council, the after school programming awards for the town at the Seaview. Lastly, it was alluded earlier by Councilmember Yaffe. I just want to state on the record, I know all of us individually said it, but for those of you who don't know, Councilmember Yaffe lost someone very close to him in his family, and I just want to wish you our deepest condolences.
Thank you.
A lot of you realize that, we come in here, you send us emails or may not like our decisions on votes, but, we all have families, and it says a lot that within the last couple of days you're here for a couple hours, and it's a true testament to your service to this community, so thank you.
Thank you.
That being said, we're going to move on to public comment. Just as a reminder for public comment, these are going to be comments not on agenda items. So if you have an individual agenda item you want to speak about, this is not the time to speak. This is about anything that's not on tonight's agenda. So just be aware of that, because we have a limitation for our council meetings to end at 11. So first on the list, we have Becky McIver. Becky, okay. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Becky McIver.
Sorry.
I'm at Bay Harbor Continental.
Great.
1135 103rd Street. I have not attended a meeting before,
Right.
but I have a lot of concerns. I feel like some of you have really been supporting a few dishonest people that we have in our building that have really gone for the historic designation. last year, the majority of us agreed and signed to sell the building. After realizing we were going to have a very large amount of taxes, one individual in particular, Mr. De La Tour, approached me about just doing anything he could do to crash the deal. His words, crash the deal. And then approached me about becoming historic. So the idea of becoming historic landmark was no noble cause. It was for the sole purpose of crashing the deal, of the sale of our building. So I feel like the majority of the residents in the building, along with me, have been the real victims in this. And I ask if any of the rest of you at Bay Harbor Continental also feel victims, please stand up.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, no clapping, please. Just so you know, again, please limit your comments to non-agenda items. Just so you know, that item is agenda item number 4, so it will be brought up. It's actually going to be pulled for discussion. So if you want to speak in regards to that specific subject, I ask you respectfully, please just, you're going to have an opportunity to speak. Mrs. Newhut. There we go.
Hi, Frances Newhut, 9920 West Broadview Drive. Where is citizens' input? Why have the following council-appointed citizen committees either been eliminated or being ignored? What happened to the Education Committee that had negotiated the joint use agreement contract with the school? Why does it appear that this particular contract is only providing for selective programming, therefore locking out town citizens from being able to use these negotiated school facilities and grounds during non-school hours? What happened to the Charter and Ordinance Review Committee, where the town's charter was discussed and reviewed with a hired law firm and over $100,000 of taxpayers' money? Also, what happened to the particular committee's open discussions on ordinances, including town elections, TDRs, construction hours, and building permits that are on tonight's agenda? Is someone afraid of citizens' ideas? Since the town's Planning and Zoning Board is also considered a citizens' committee appointed by council, why wasn't this particular committee discussed, with the possibility of assigning new members? Shouldn't conflict of interest have been considered, since members, including one of our famous town architects and non-resident members, have held office in this particular committee for many years? Has council been overlooking possible Planning and Zoning Board rubber stamping? Most recent examples is June 2nd, 2015, at the PNC meeting, Miller DRC meets Town Code. The original site plan was presented with a questionable existing swimming pool, improper elevations, enlarging the driveway, possible flooding, and aesthetically removing in the front of a residential house landscaping to provide a basketball court without a variance. May 20th, 2015, DRC meeting approved a 99-room hotel without a restaurant or stated usage on one of the town's gateways, claiming 22 off-street parking trust spaces that are not to be found recorded at the Miami-Dade Property Appraiser's Office. What validity, transparency, or public input is there when a DRC-approved site plan is possibly presented to an appointed citizen committee, the P&Z board, and council is taking off the month of July? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, please. We have Victor Maya. Come on down. Good evening.
Good evening. Victor Maya, 1155 103rd Street. There have been a lot of newspaper articles, recent emails, justifications contained in the proposed ordinance or the proposed resolution in item number 4, justification for opposing historic preservation. All of these things have in common town revenue and the issue of town revenue and how much revenue the town is gaining or not. A few months ago, I went to our construction office or building department, and I got a copy of what exactly are the impact fees and the permit fees that we charge. And I was surprised that we haven't changed many of those in years. Some of them are over 10 years old. So if we're really concerned and interested about impact fees and permit fees, why don't we periodically look at what we actually charge? I mean, this town is always concerned about going alone. Well, why don't we survey, Miami Beach, Val Harbor, Surfside, North Miami Beach? What are they charging? What are their impact fees? What are their permit fees? Why are we charging, a lot less? Or maybe not. But the point is that these things haven't been looked at and updated in years. So I think that's something that we need to look at. Currently the main source of income is our property taxes. I also pay a communication fee or tax to the town. It's on my cell phone bill. Everybody who has a cell phone here in town, pays a fee there. So I think that we need to be a little bit creative in terms of increasing our revenue. I think Vice Mayor Bruder had an excellent suggestion with respect to these trucks, that are creating havoc, coming in and out of town. Well, the discussion just died. Well, why doesn't somebody go to FDOT to request permission? Why don't you direct, somebody to do that? Why don't we just increase the toll for these vehicles, weighing over a certain amount to make it, a lot more expensive for these folks to come by? Soon we'll have hundreds of new hotel rooms in this town. Is there any kind of special fee or tax or something that we can generate now, that we can pass now? What are our priorities here? We have an antiquated IT department. Marlene has to go by hand, to put together a list of buildings that have permits. Our IT department can't look at the emails generated by our town manager without him copying them all to respond to open records requests. We're overwhelming our building and planning. We need to modernize now. We need to spend our resources on making our town administration function a lot better, and we need to put our resources into that. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. All right, next we have...
Alan, I just want to, clear the...
There's a new clock, so...
Yeah,
right, I understand. Just to set the record straight, is the main source of the town's income property tax? Is it it is?
And when was the last time you looked at the impact fees and
We look at the impact fees almost every year, and we are very consistent with the neighboring communities in our area. No, we haven't changed it because we're consistent with everyone else. It'll be hard to justify jacking up your permit costs when we're in line with everybody else.
Well, these buildings that are going up, I would think that the impact fees would be different from 10 years ago to now.
We updated the Parks and Recreation fee about, 3 years ago?
Yeah, 3 years ago.
That was the last one that we just raised considerably.
If this is a discussion you want to make, we can do it for another meeting, but we need to finish on with public comment. Mr. Coster, you're next. Again, reminder, non-agenda items, please.
Jeff Coster, 1135 Bay Harbor Islands. I wanted to talk about the historic preservation and what might be taking place on the island, and the fact that they want to turn us into a historic district. I think that's pretty dangerous for our island. If we're turned into an historic district, your taxes are going to go up eventually because you're not going to have the tax base. You will lose control of your property and the value of your property. Your land will be worth nothing because you will not be able to develop it. There's also discrimination because there will be buildings that are not going to be landmarked, and they will be able to develop their property any way that they want. So I urge anybody in the building or anybody listening that is interested in having their building landmarked, go to the council, go to the preservation board and offer your building. And possibly we could save some of the buildings that we have for development later on. As far as TDRs go, according to Terry D'Amico, that's what they're used for. TDRs is to develop and to repair your buildings. If our town is landmarked, there's not going to be development. Who is going to buy the TDRs? Thank you.
All right, next.
Mayor, since we were just talking about the Historic Preservation Board, many people know that the board will be meeting here in council chambers on the 17th of June at 2 p.m. rather than downtown this time around, since they will be discussing Bay Harbor Islands amongst other items on their agenda. So if you're interested in coming to the meeting here on June 17th at 2 p.m.
And also, I'd like to say that I don't think that they're actually looking to make a district. This is just, being revved up by some people that, if the county board is not really looking to make this a district.
All right. Next, we have Carol Holland. Good evening. Name and address, please.
Carol Holland, 10180 West Bay Harbor Drive. I would like to propose, as the Causeway Bridge is being repaired and fixed, that a bicycle pedestrian path be actually added and segregated for motor vehicle transport. So taking one full lane and putting it down to 3. And the reason I think that is I'm a cyclist and I see a lot of people bicycling. I think that it's something that's really building, and it's terrifying to go across the Causeway Bridge right now. This will leave 3 lanes available for motor vehicles. The middle lane could then be variable depending on time of day and the traffic. An example is in Chicago, the express lanes are set up that way right now. So the traffic goes one direction at certain times of day and it switches the other way. There's no way you're going to miss it up. You're going to mess it up. So you can set it up with very simple segregation. We've already got lines segregated on the bridge, so you know which lane you're in. Nobody's going to make a problem with that. So I would suggest that at that point, just add one more lane. People are already used to 2. A 3rd lane is going to look great, and it's going to be really great for cyclists and pedestrians if you add a 3rd lane, or the 4th lane for bicycles and pedestrians. You also then lead to potential for new businesses. You've got potential for new cafes, cyclists coming in, bicycle shops, fitness buildings, or fitness kind of shops. I was in Madison, Wisconsin for about 20 years at the point that they changed railway lines to bicycle paths. It's amazing. And that's a legacy city. It's a tremendous place to live. We've got this wonderful opportunity. So that's what I recommend.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Next we have Fred Frost. Fred? Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Fred Frost, 10961 Southwest 155th Place, Miami, Florida, 33196. I'm a member of the Communication Workers Union. We represent 750,000 members nationwide. This is Glenda Abbott. She's the Florida Political Director. I notice you have cameras here. You do business for the people in full transparency. And I wanted to talk to you something that I would guess that you probably are unaware of, and probably many of the people in the audience are not. It's called the Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade Agreement. It's from Japan to Chile and encompasses 740 million people, 12 countries, represents 40% of the world economy, and no one's heard about it. There's no transparency. I don't care whether you're Republican or Democrat, but in this case, President Obama is trying to use a mechanism called fast track. Fast track is where Congress votes up and down on a trade agreement rather than do amendments or deletions or have a public review or, quite frankly, congressional review where a trade agreement with 40% of the world economy should be vetted. There's information that we're getting at this stage in the game from WikiLeaks. If that doesn't scare the bejesus out of people that we're getting something from WikiLeaks with 40% of the world economy at stake, I don't know what does. We believe it's going to lose jobs like we have since NAFTA. This is NAFTA times 10 on steroids. Prescription drug prices are going to go up. Food labeling is going to be non-existent, and the laws that you make here could be circumvented, whether it's labor law, whether it's human rights law, whether it's safety or health or environmental law, could be subjected to this trade agreement. Look it up, TPP. We're asking you to strongly consider supporting a resolution like we have asked in Miami-Dade and Broward County. We've secured 10 of them so far. They're going across the nation because, as Tip O'Neill said, all politics is local. This will affect local people. We want to send a message to Congress that if you're going to do something, you've got to have full transparency in government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, next, do we have any?
No.
All right, that's it for public comment. Next item, we have, Mr. Manager, our committee reports, the Citizens Committee. Madam Clerk, are you going to go over this?
Yes, you have in front of you the requests that I've received for participation in the Citizens Committees. As you might remember, the committees are supposed to have 7 members or 5 members. I don't think we've met that in any of the proposals that we've submitted. I don't know what you want to do, except maybe appoint these residents and continue to advertise. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do. We've kept that on the website for months. We had it in the newsletter several times, but we have had poor responses, you can see from the requests.
Let me ask you, what's the possibility, since we're not going to be meeting next month, that if we put it off 1 month and to allow more people to apply and then definitely select at the next council meeting? Do you think?
Time doesn't be a problem.
Yeah, I don't think
it is easy. You could give them 2 years, we just don't have enough volunteers.
We just don't have enough then.
I think I should just establish the committees with the people who are interested, and maybe we'll be able to talk to their neighbors and friends and get other people interested and involved.
All right.
Once they become involved.
It's my experience, having been on committees, that they really don't usually take a vote. They usually, make suggestions and they arrive at consensus. So I've never seen an issue where they really needed an odd number.
Well, okay then. So.
Or about participation.
Do you want to make a motion?
So I'll make a motion that we accept the committees as they are with the people who have volunteered for those positions, and that we keep advertising in the newsletter to try to, add on as soon as possible.
I'll second. Okay, any discussion? All right,
I think more will come on board. Once you get those people going, then they'll tell someone else to come on board. Right?
Okay.
So anybody out there who's watching, please volunteer. There are a list of committees available. Please come by Town Hall and volunteer.
All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Ayes have it. Congratulations to everyone. John, congratulations.
Mayor, just to clarify, the PNC board is not on the agenda because their term doesn't expire until next year.
Right, that's true. All right, next we have the consent agenda. I know from Councilmember Morano, she's pulling items 4, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Does anyone?
Wait. 4.
Take a note, please.
Yeah, sorry. 4, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Is there any other agenda items that anyone else wants to pull from the consent? Hearing none.
I'll make a motion to approve the remaining items of the consent agenda.
Okay, that's going to be 5. I'm sorry. It's going to be 5, 6, and 11. Okay?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we need a poll vote for that? No?
No.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Ayes have it. 5, 6, 11 are passed. Now we're going to go to item 4.
Consideration and approval of a resolution requested by Vice Mayor Bruto supporting Bay Harbor Island Continental in its appeal in the April 15th decision of the Miami-Dade Historic Preservation Board to designate the property as historic.
Okay. Vice Mayor Bruder, you're up.
Thank you. So I went about 2.5 months ago to the historic board presentation where a lot of the people in the building went to talk. And I was a little taken aback by the way the board handled itself, but I had hope that they would be able to compromise. The reason I brought the resolution is because I know that the staff of the historic board tried to negotiate and tried to accommodate with the developers to add elements of MIMO to the building, which I thought was a great idea. It's a win-win for everybody. But unfortunately, the historic board did not take the recommendation of its staff and decided that it wasn't going to vote in favor of that. And I think that, compromise is good. For me, it's a win-win. Nobody wins 100%. The people who live in the building, who I've talked to, many of them, can then sell. I mean, this is their property. Except for them, some of them, it's their livelihood. It's the one piece of that they, spend. They bought their property, and I believe they have a right to have a say in what happens to their property. And the fact that what pushed me to do this was because, if staff recommends it and the builders are willing to compromise and add the MIMO elements, which is ultimately what we want. What I thought we wanted was to have a building that had some MIMO elements to keep that essence alive. And unfortunately, that's not what happened. And so I felt that I needed to support the people who lived in the building and allow them to have my support as well as the town support in the ability to speak before the county commission and have a say in what happens to their building.
Okay. We're going to have public comment first, but let me just first say, I know we probably have a lot of people who are going to speak on this item, and I too went to the last historic preservation meeting where I've heard stories, but I guess you have to see it to believe it. Passions do run high, and this is a very important subject for a lot of people because it's very personal. I would ask everybody respectfully, regardless of your position, not to call out anyone by name, not to say anything out of order to anyone in particular. Just speak from the heart, speak your thoughts, and we need to just be civil. And the council's going to make a direction one way or the other. But I just asked everyone respectfully that we just proceed with courtesy. So the first person up is going.
Mayor.
Yeah, please.
Marlene is reminding me that we need a motion.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yep.
So I make a motion that we accept the resolution to be sent to the county commission.
Okay, is there a second? We have a second. All right, thank you so much. Moving forward, we have Kathleen Weinstein. You're first.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Weinstein, 1135 103rd Street, Bay Harbor Islands. First, I'd like to thank the town council members for listening to the property owners as you have in the past. You have some major decisions to make very shortly, and I hope you'll continue to listen to the property owners regarding the designation of the East Island. You're all aware of the situation of Bay Harbor Continental, and in my opinion, the abuse of power the HPB has exerted in this situation. This is just the beginning, a stepping stone, if you will, to the private homes on the West Island as they tried to do so in 2010. As I understand, the HPB wants to designate upwards of 138 buildings. This is the map from the Historic Preservation Board. So I don't know where you think that that's not coming from, but there it is, from the Historic Preservation Board. What about the lives of more than 916 owners of those buildings whose rights will be infringed upon? Have they been informed that their building is on the map to be designated as historic? As the town council thought of bringing in real estate agents or real estate attorneys to educate the population, they would be able to give us all an expert opinion on the true value of properties due to designation. They would be able to explain the negative impacts regarding historic designation on properties, which happens in most cases, and I can give you many examples. Please give the opportunity to the taxpayers, owners, and voters to give their opinion. Let their voices be heard. However, I do have a complaint with one member of the town council, Ms. Kelly Reed. She is working with Carlos Della Torre, our deceitful past president, who, while negotiating on behalf of the shareholders, went behind our backs and petitioned the Historic Preservation Board for designation.
Ms. Weinstein.
It was, yes?
I'm sorry, please
I cannot say that?
Please refrain from any individual comments I would ask you, please.
All right, well, can I ask why an elected official would join into a private fight?
Can you let her finish, because I have no idea what she's talking about.
Either.
I would like her to finish, please.
Sure.
If you don't mind.
As an elected official, our president openly stated that he would do anything to sabotage the contract that we had with the buyer. I understand that you're calling and asking for help for hisfundme.com. I don't know why you would turn around and join into a fight where these people are sabotaging a legal contract. As an elected official, I don't know why you would do that, Ms. Reed. I really don't. These people are illegally interfering with the contract. Why would you involve yourself with that? You're better than that. You are an elected official. That's all I want to know. Why? This goes on to a lot more than what it is right now. There are a lot of consequences in the actions that these few people have done. That's all I wanted to know. A body of government, in my opinion...
Well, hold on. I'm sorry, your time... I believe your time is up? Yeah, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Well, it is eminent domain that this Historic Preservation Board is enforcing. No. That's all I can say.
I'll give you the opportunity, because out of respect,
Maybe I'll wait until the end and I'll hear some other allegations and comments and then put it all together. What I really like is the manager could probably give a very good synopsis of the last email that he received from the Preservation Board, Ron, what you said earlier, and I think that would set a lot of the rumors straight for now, so I'd appreciate that.
I think I copied the council that the Historic Preservation Board, as Councilman Yaffe advised, is going to be held here in Bay Harbor Islands. And it's one of the major agenda items is to speak on a survey of the island, which was just referred to. They have relayed through one of the Sarah Cody, one of their officials, that they are not intending, that this is a survey, that they're not intending to designate the island. They are interested in several properties, but they are going to recommend to the board, and I say that, recommend, they're just the staff, that they will reach out to those individual properties, whomever they are, I'm not sure, and that would be their recommendation, not to make Bay Harbor Island a district. And that's what they wrote in an email to me, and you have to take them at the word.
One comment, because I do appreciate the recommendations related in Sarah Cody's email. I think that's the way it should be, that there should be community outreach, and that the board should make or the staff members should make recommendations to the Historic Preservation Board, which generally the Historic Preservation Board should follow. However, at the last meeting of the Historic Preservation Board, the board ignored and disregarded the recommendations of its staff members, and so that is a concern that I continue to have, notwithstanding the recommendations of the staff members.
Okay, and I'll comment. I share that concern because I attended the meeting as well, and it was very clear that the board was trying. That the staff was trying to find some form of a compromise, and the board decided we want no compromise. We're going to designate.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna let's finish with the comments from the public. But let me just say again, for the record, please, with all due respect, let's refrain from comments about any individual council member. It's not appropriate, because, to be quite honest, this is in regards to specifically this resolution. And if you have any particular comments about a particular person, I know we're always available. I know Councilmember Reed's always available. June Lance, please. Good evening.
My name is June Lance. I live at 1135 103rd Street. Over a year ago, we entered into a sales agreement, and we had a closing the same day the Preservation Board designated as a historical site for the National Trust. more than 19 residents of the Bay Harbor Continental are seniors, elderly. There are a few of those people who are being directed by family to, that would be a great thing to have the building for now and the next few years that they live. However, that being that there's a big concern for myself and many others is that what we're doing to these seniors and elderly people, we're making it so that they can't make a decision. They don't know if they're going to go in a nursing home, stay there, get nurses. And many of those people purchased their units years ago as for retirement. But as these costs of living have skyrocketed, they decided, the majority of them, that they want to live and have more cash. And that was the idea of the sale. They were really happy to find out that the building had sold. I myself am a senior. I'm disabled, henceforth unemployed, and it's a great hardship for me. Many more buildings on this island, I don't have the map, but many of them, such as there's a lot of rental properties that might be deemed more for the Preservation Board to consider because of the more transient people. We've lived, we bought, we've had the joy of this building, and now many, I have to say most, have decided that they need extra funds, and we'd like to go on and complete the sale.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Next we have John LaDorta. Good evening.
How are you?
Very good.
John Laporta, 10301 East Bay Harbor Drive. We're next to the Continental. I saw this map from the Historic Preservation League. We're in that zone. Our building is built in 54. Pretty much 100% of us don't want to be designated historic. Cost to fix that building probably be $100,000. Very similar to all these other people's comments. I guess June 17th is the next one where the Historic Board will be here.
Yes, they'll be here.
Okay. Pretty much I'll just be here at 17th. You got my word. The other thing is, has anybody ever considered speed bumps on this island? 103. We had this officer here could probably tell you about 2 years ago. We had some moron doing 60 and took out 5 cars in our parking lot. On those curved areas, something to consider.
Thank you for your comments. Next we have Elaine Zadika. Good evening. Name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Elaine Jadeka, 3550 Northeast 169th Street, North Miami Beach. I'll be speaking on behalf of my mother-in-law, Sophia Jadeka. She lived almost 20 years at Bay Harbor Continental, Unit E1. And in 2013, we moved from Illinois to care for her because she couldn't do nothing on her own. Well, we had a bad luck. My husband got very sick. Since 2014, he had 4 major surgeries. We had to put her in an assisted living. It's costing us over $5,000 a month. We do not get any government help. It's coming from our savings. We would appreciate that because we don't want the historic designation. The unit is empty. We're paying taxes, association fees, and electric. And we can rent because it needs some remodeling. It's done nothing. And right now we're losing a lot of money and we can afford it. My husband is sick and we can't take care of her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next we have Mrs. Orovitz, Norma Orovitz. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Norma Orovitz, 9300 West Bay Harbor Drive, Apartment 2A. I'd like to speak in a general way to the consequences that the precedent of historic designations could bring to this island. Having called Bay Harbor Islands home for 51 years now, Michael and I are intimately and exquisitely attentive to the terrific small town and neighborhood feel on both the East and the West Islands, and as all of you know, we spent most of that time on the West Island. The difference in the two areas, however, is determined by the disparate attitudes of private homeowners and building landlords. Ride the residential streets and you'll see well-maintained and generally upscale properties and landscaping, speaking to the pride of the residents therein, Mr. Neighbor. Drive through the apartment island area where we are living again, and there are many, many older, decrepit garden apartment buildings, some frankly downright seedy. MIMO or not, old doesn't always mean better, especially when our property values fall, and we see that as a real risk. And I say the following respectfully. The late visionary Shepard Broad, who was a longtime family friend and whose family is here tonight with us, would be appalled, and so would Morris Lapidus. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next we have, please, thank you. We have,
Morris Broad.
Oh, Morris Broad, yes, sorry. Just reading the first part. Oh, what's that? No, it's just, oh, Arch. Yeah, that's going to be another Arch.
My name is Morris Broad. I live at 1030 Hardy Road, Coral Gables, Florida. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I'm very happy this evening that two important residents in my family live in Bay Harbor Islands, namely my sister Ann Bussell and my nephew and her son John Bussell. I want to just speak to the quality of the redevelopment of the Continental site. I became acquainted with the principal in P3. To the best of my knowledge, there has never been a building, nor is there a building today in Bay Harbor Islands of the quality and character of the new Continental development. Mr. Butani, who is the representative of that group, and it's a very substantial group, has employed a world-renowned designer firm in Italy called Pininfarina. They've designed buildings all over the world, and also for the automobile industry, for the Ferrari and the Maserati. What has impressed me about his design and his business plan, rarely do you see a developer who finds a site with 35 units and wants to replicate only 29 units. So what it tells you is that he's creating a signature building in Bay Harbor. The size of the units will be 3,500 square feet to 5,500 square feet. There isn't anything that comes close to that in this town at this point. I believe that the emphasis should be on larger units, not smaller units. Why? Because the demographics in Bay Harbor have changed dramatically over the years. Went from an aging population to a young population, and that's as a result of the Ruth K. Broad K-8. Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Mr. Broad. Nancy Peters.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Nancy Peters. I live at
Push
it down and bend the thing like towards your mouth. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Top better?
Perfect.
Okay. My name is Nancy Peters, and I'm going to be 81 years old in July. So when the investment company wanted to buy our building. It was wonderful because I bought the apartment in '93, and as of now, it's a whole bunch of people who live out of town, out of the country, that own apartments there, and the building is old. It's old, and I wanted to have too many people that are. It was very different than when I bought it. Okay, so I was very happy if we can move out. I have rheumatoid arthritis and have a sister who has Alzheimer's. So, and a husband who had 2 coronary bypasses and a whole bunch of stuff, including a small stroke that, thank goodness, it didn't leave it incapacitated. I lived in this country for almost 63 years, really almost my whole life. I fell in love with New York City, where I lived for 20 years, married a third-generation American, and my children were born there and grew up in Potomac, Maryland, a suburb of Washington, D.C., where we lived for 32 years. I love this country more than the one I was born. I also love Bay Harbor Island. I could never imagine that in the U.S., an historic society made of people who do not even live in the city, or were never elected, can just decide to designate a building and stop the real owners. We are the real owners of that building. We are a corporation. We are not a condo. To sell the building. Does the Historic Society think our building will be around for another 50 years? And that it's worth spending lots of our money, these towns and the government, since they will get taxes, better taxes when you build that beautiful building that he's planning to build.
Thank you, Mrs. Peters. Thank you so much. Next, we have Lillian Lehart. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. My name is Lillian Lehart, and I reside as a permanent resident for the past 18 years at the Bay Harbor Continental, Apartment C2. I'm over 80 years old. I have gone through 9 operations. One was a couple were major. One was the right upper lobe due to lung cancer was removed. And at the age of 75, I had a complete hysterectomy due to ovarian cancer. I'm still here. I'm not supposed to be here, but I'm here. When I bought my co-op, I was ecstatic because the corporation owned the land, and I said, this is a good investment. I have raised a son. I took care of my mom. Please, I beseech all of you to reconsider the residents of the building and have empathy for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Michael Hartman. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Michael Hartman. I'm the Vice President of Bay Harbor Continental, Inc., which is a corporation with shareholders. Some time back, we passed a vote to sell. We passed by majority. Shareholders voted 86% to sell the building. That's our wish. On the why, well, Mr. Broad and Ms. Bruder said things a lot more eloquently than I about the new building and what it would do. Nobody's going to come by and look at our dilapidated building, but they will come by and look at this new building. I've seen the plans. It's gorgeous. And it does have elements of everything that the MIMO wants. I just urge you to go along with us on this. This is, if anybody's walked the halls of our building now, they'd be kind of unimpressed on how it's going into disrepair. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next we have Mr. Maya again. Good evening.
Victor Maya, 1155 103rd Street. I think the issue here that we should look at is not whether, this building should be declared historic or not. I think the issue is whether this council should directly take sides in what is a private matter between the residents of this building. I fully agree with this woman who made the very first comment here earlier when she said council members should not be involved in private matters. This council has already made its position crystal clear with respect to historic preservation. It's done. It's out there. Everybody knows what it is. But to go back now and specifically address this issue regarding this dispute, I think, creates a dangerous precedent because you represent everyone on this island, not just, certain people on the island or certain people in the building. You represent everybody in the building. So I think that you're losing a little bit of the focus here with that. Secondly, I, quite frankly, am stunned when I heard almost all of you say, oh my God, historic preservation didn't follow staff recommendation. What an outrage. When every single one of you here, except for Mr. Salver and Ms. Reed, failed to follow staff recommendation in choosing a new tennis center pro. You totally ignored it. So there are reasons not to accept staff recommendation. You guys have done it in the past. Remember what should be the issue here. Your position on historic preservation has been very clear. I think entering into this private dispute to this level is really a dangerous precedent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next we have Carlos De La Torre. Good evening.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. My name is Carlos De La Torre, 1135 103rd Street, and I am one of the initial petitioners. I want to address the issue. I agree with Mr. Maya. I don't think is an issue that the board should be getting involved in. The board should be biased. This is one place where you come for neutrality. The board should be a place where you can come and have impartial judgment, not be involved in favor of or against a private issue that is involving the members that live in a particular building. I can tell you one thing, though, and this is a fact. Out of the 13 people that now do not want to that live in that building, 7 out of the 13 that are full-time residents do not want to go. So you have a greater majority of people that live in that building that are actually full-time residents do not want to leave there. And that is something that is not being said. Majority of the people that want to sell are summer owners, are people who don't live here, live in the Hamptons, live at the Tiffany, sold in various places, and they don't live there. They are not full-time residents. For the people who are full-time residents, who live there, who pay taxes, who live here, who ride their bikes or whatnot, the majority don't want to stay. There are people that do not want to go. And that is something that is huge. The economic hardship, as I see it right now, reading your resolution, is more on the part of the town. Somebody's been sipping the Kool-Aid telling you that they're going to get $100 to $300 million in taxes, in tax revenues. Where do you get that? The building is only going to be worth $100 million when it's sold. $3 million in an apartment at 30 apartments, that's $90 million. You're telling me that you're going to get $100 million in taxes in 1 year? I don't know where Mr. Watson got that number, but that's not correct.
Clearly, I never said that.
It's in the resolution. Okay? Now, I don't understand why you're getting involved. I mean, this is the makings of a perfect YouTube video. You are coming to the point that I see that I don't understand why people don't sell their own residence. They're such a huge economic hardship. Just sell your place and go. You're going to get more than you're going to get from the developer. Why are you forcing me to give up my house and leave my home and my residence at the expense of somebody else who's never taken care of it? It's not fair.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Wendy Auerbach. Good evening.
Good evening. Wendy Auerbach, 9880 West Bay Harbor Drive. I have a problem with MIMO in general, and I personally think that the board must be involved because MIMO is not looking at individuals, it's looking at our entire community. Part of the MIMO ordinance, and I'll paraphrase, they basically state that they will, I just have to find it. Okay. They would not do anything that presents where economic hardship is concerned. That's in their ordinance. I don't live at the Continental. I attended the April 15th meeting where one of the people on that board was sleeping through the meeting. My husband attended the next meeting. I didn't go. A different board member was sleeping during the meeting. They sleep, they vote. I don't think they're informed. I don't know what their agenda is, but I think that we need your assistance. We need your protection. Individually, I'm not offering up my building. Let them deal with people who wish to be designated. The people at the Continental are suffering a hardship. How can anyone go to a place, to people who are under contract, and at that time make a decision, oh, no, you're not going to sell, we're going to do this, that, and the other. These buildings are falling apart, and we need your help, and we need people to understand we need the new tax revenue, the beautiful buildings, and the modification.
Thank you for your comments, Mrs. House.
Thank you.
Please. All right. Jeff Coster. Good evening.
Jeff Coster, 1135 103rd Street. Where do you start? You start with the lies, you try to fight the lies. We have a signed contract to sell our building, and we've been put in jeopardy of a breach of contract because of the actions certain people have taken. I've lived in my apartment for 30 years. The first night that I spent in my building was in 1958 at my grandparents' apartment. I love where I live, but circumstances, financial circumstances, change. You will hear that they cannot, you hear from people in the building, without naming names, that they can't replace what they have now. They have $1 million view. $1 million view in a $1.29 apartment. There are pages of comparable apartments on the water. Our building, we don't have central air. We have a shack in the back for a recreation room with no running water presently. Washers and dryers are in the halls. There's discrimination against retirees, is what it is. The people who designated the building drive Ferraris, don't live in the building, they're young, they're working, and they have money to support themselves. The seniors, like myself, on low incomes are being put in jeopardy because of these people who are the ones that are greedy.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Margie Rawson. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Marjorie Ross, and I live at the Bay Harbor Continental at 1135 103rd Street. I thank you for this opportunity to have everybody's involvement to support the appeal on item number 4 of tonight's agenda. The Bay Harbor Continental and the parcel of land it sits on was for sale when I purchased my unit. Within 1 month of moving in, we had an accepted offer. The co-op voted according to the bylaws and accepted the offer. The transaction was moving forward. The contract and the terms were moving forward at such a rapid pace that I purchased another unit, happily so, on this island because we were already engaged in a solid contract. The Historic Preservation Board's game of giving notice and questionable public hearings so late in the game are a violation against my property rights, their property rights, and now my rights as to what, when, where, and how I should invest my personal money. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, do we have anybody else?
Sorry.
Sure. Lourdes Gonzalez. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Yes, my name is Lourdes Gonzalez, and I own 2 apartments here in Bay Harbor. Actually, like John Laporta, I own the building next to the Continental, but I'm here in full support for the sale of the Continental because I think that it is disingenuous, like the original speaker said. It was one owner or a few out of spite after the deal was in progress. They didn't think of staying before they signed the contract. And then, so I don't think it's very honest, very disingenuous, this whole, trying not to combat the legal contract. Also, what this has done is really concerns me because it has created now all this board getting involved, with the review of the island. Like my building next door is a very old building. I own there since the 80s. It's my investment, my property rights, and I think that now the board is infringing on all the owners' property rights. The building is a joke when you look at it. There's nothing historical about it. It needs a lot of repairs. It is true. It needs a lot of repairs. It's a very small building, and it's sitting on an incredible piece of land. And I really think that this is just ridiculous for the board now to dictate the owners and our property rights, not wanting to designate, like my property, for example. I believe it's under the review of that map. And I really think it is appalling that this is giving such a credence. I mean, it is our property and our property rights on the island. We all have our investment here for many, many years, and I don't think that we should be infringed upon our rights like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And Dr. Waxman. Hi.
Frank Waxman, 9200 West Bay Harbor Drive. I am fortunate to own a house designed by Louis Kahn at the Jersey Shore in Atlantic County. Atlantic County has not come to me and forced me to put my house in a preservation. They wouldn't dare because it would never happen. In this case, well, let me just preface. I went to University of Pennsylvania, major in math, minor in architecture. Went on to medical school. Always had the continued interest in architecture. And I don't want to insult you lovely ladies, but the building is not a gem. This is not something that you would want to preserve. It's falling down, and it should be torn down. It should be replaced. Finally, when it comes to the boards, the Preservation Board, I want you to know that up until this week or next week, There has not been an architect on that board. I got the credentials, and I spoke to somebody. They've just appointed an architect. So who are these other people deciding these people's lives without really any formal training in the field? And I think that for people to change their mind, it's their prerogative. But don't include these people in their mistake. That's all.
Thank you for your comments. Solomon Nima?
I am the atomic bomb.
No. Good evening.
Now you want to hear the truth. My name is Solomon Nima, 103 Street, Bay Harbor Continental, 1135, I'm sorry, 103 Street. 99% of all those people who spoke, they have properties outside of my building. I lived there for 20 years. You made that, Mrs. Ruler, a wrong move. You should say, I'm sorry, because this is not right, what you try to do. And the last minute, I hear about this, and you brought me all those people here. I live in the building for 20 years. The building is not falling down, it's not nothing. I work as a manager of a building for 20 years, for 30 years in New York City. You can come floor by floor and see what is wrong about the building, what they're talking. The problem was, when these people were trying to come in to make a sign to sell the building, you people must know the truth. But they don't know the truth, all of you. But you're going to hear about me now. The truth is, they told us they're going to make a condominium, sign here, sign there. They're going to tell us, they're going to, all kind of stories. Nobody in the member of the board, this board, or the real estate who try to sell the building, or the people who try to buy the building want to give us almost 50% of what they want to give us for the building, for the taxes and all that business. We don't know. I am a seer. Everybody cry over here. I am bullshit is this, excuse me the expression. Whether they are sick, I have cancer. I falling down right here now. I came from the hospital just now. But I came right here to tell you that, and don't listen to those people. It's not true. Everything is not true. This building is like a rock. They need a little bit here and there, the elevator, that. 50% of the people in the board, 80% of people in the board don't live in the building. Don't live in the building. So if you want to know more, I wish you people would be investigate more. Investigate, because the other way, I'm going to put it to the state department and the federal department to investigate everybody, because over here, what's going on is money. Money was going through, and I don't know who getting paid or who don't getting paid. I want you people to know about this situation. For this, I said, it's an atomic bomb. Be careful what you're saying. Be careful what you're doing.
Thank you for your comment.
Warner!
All right. Jeff, I'm not going to have that. All right. All right. No more outbursts, okay? All right. Steve Warnick.
Good evening, everyone. Steve Warnick, address at 1 Southeast 3rd Avenue. I am here this evening on behalf of the Bay Harbor Continental, Inc. I am representing Bay Harbor Continental, Inc., as well as P3 in the appeal of the Historic Preservation Board's decision of April 15th. You've obviously heard a lot of individual stories, opinions. I just wanted to give you a couple of facts that are related to the appeal and why Bay Harbor Continental, Inc., as the sole property owner, I think would really appreciate your support. As a co-op, they are the owner of the property. There are shareholders in that co-op. In the appeal that we filed May 5th, 25 of the 35 shareholders expressed in writing that they oppose the historic preservation of the building. So regardless of a contract or what may happen to the property, Bay Harbor Continental, Inc., as the owner of the property, has appealed this and has opposed the historic preservation from the time that the board had provided notice, which was after they first took action to proceed with the designation. So 25 of 35 have expressed in writing. There may be others that are sick or out of town who have not expressed an opinion in writing, but at least 25 of the 35 shareholders, which is 70%, have opposed in writing historic designation. The appeal is set for June 30th. Therefore, I think Bay Harbor Continental, Inc., as the owner of this property, would very much appreciate this council's resolution in support of their appeal, because when the county commission hears this from previous appeals, they have asked, what is the town's position? So this is not about a referendum on historic preservation, whether you're for or against it, but supporting the property owner in this appeal, I believe, is important. It's important for the town to have a voice, because the Historic Preservation Board, is not interested in giving the town a voice, and it's important for the property owner to have your support. So thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. I guess. All right, that's it for public comments. Now we're going to hear from members of the council. I ask you again, I know this is a very passionate issue. Please refrain from speaking. Please refrain from clapping. Let's give the council some time to deliberate and to speak. And we're going to take it around from let's take Councilmember Morano. You first.
Okay, I think Mrs. Weinstock hit it right on the head. This is a private matter. This is not for the town to be getting involved in. This is a contract dispute between two parties. Us getting involved is discriminatory to everyone here in town. There's no reason for us to pay for an appeal, for the attorneys, for the time for our staff to go down to the preservation board. They're not looking to do the whole city. These are scare tactics. Have you ever thought about both sides of the situation? The people who don't want to leave, the people who have lived there and it's their home. They don't want to move. In particular, they're trying to buy my building now, and they're going to force me to move. Now, is that what should happen? Now, I have to fight? The only reason this town is in an uproar is because money is being thrown at everyone, and big money. Yeah. And it's not good. It's forcing all of us to fight. Now, think about all the people. What if you didn't want...
Excuse me. Please.
Think of all the people if you didn't want to move. Would you like it if the rest of the building wanted to sell their building and force you out? No, that's not democracy. If you want to live in your home...
Excuse me. All right. Hold on, Doris. Hold on. All right. We're gonna say it one more time, and this is it. Please, with all due respect, give the council the opportunity to speak. Everyone here had a chance to speak first. Now it's the council's chance. If we continue to have interruptions, we're not going to be able to actually finish the meeting. And what we're going to end up doing is having people removed. So please, with all due respect, give the council the opportunity to speak. Councilmember Morano.
I'm going to make it short. If you've ever seen a classic car go down the road, a 1953, all refinished and all, you say, oh my God, look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? There are buildings that can be restored. There's ones that can't. There's two sides to every story. And you have to give the other side a thought too. That's all I ask of you. But we have no business paying for an appeal for a private property owner and people who own shares in a corporation. Why are we spending the money as the town? I'm done.
All right. Councilmember Reed.
I find this to be an extremely complicated, compelling issue with probably 5 or 6 parties. You have 2 opposing views of residents. You have a developer who probably is one of the finest developers we've seen. I've talked to them. It seems like, they've done some nice things. I'm not very much involved in it, but just, I'm listening to everyone. I have constituents who are pro-historic preservation. I have some who are not. And then the whole spectrum in between. And I listen to all of them. I'm the only one who voted against asking the county to opt out because I did look into the composition of that board, and I found that it was diverse, that each one of those members is appointed by a county commission member. So if anyone has a problem, if you see a member of that board behaving in such a way that you don't think is representative of the county, I urge you to find out who it is, to contact that member of the county commission and to say, I don't think your appointee is behaving correctly or professionally. So to address that, that's disturbing. I have gone to 2 or 3 of those meetings, the last 2 and I think maybe the January meeting, and I have heard all of your testimony many times. And I truly have empathy and I feel for both sides. I think this is a complicated mess. I don't know how it got there. It is a private contract dispute, first of all, that I don't feel is any of my business to deliberate about here on this dais. I don't think the town should get in the middle of that dispute. As far as Ms. Weinstein, your characterization that I'm working in cahoots somehow with Carlos De La Torre, I don't think I've even spoken to him more than 2 or 3 times, usually when I see him at the meeting. If a constituent of mine would like to be directed to meet individuals who are on one side or the other, I am not opposed to networking. Really, the only person who's ever reached out to me from the wanting to sell side for the best is Mr. Koster. And, he called me up, we had a conversation maybe, sometime at the end of 14, and, it was a very nice exchange. So I'd be more than willing to listen to anybody who wants to contact me. Larger units. I am totally in favor of luxury, large units. Before I was even on the council, I've been to every P&Z meeting for about 2 years, asking the developers to stop building these 1,150 square feet, 2 bedrooms. They're tiny. I never really made it part of my platform to look back at 1950s building. We're talking about new construction, and I think that's a wonderful thing. I'm totally in favor of that. I think it's great for the market. It's great for the families with the school. Mr. Maya talked about the example of our board disregarding a suggestion, a recommendation of staff with the tennis contract. And believe it or not, I had that here to use as an example also. And some of you laughed. It's not funny. This is your home. This is your investment. And, in this particular case, this was a gentleman's livelihood. And it's just an example that my observation with the HP board is, there's an employed staff. They do the reporting. They make the recommendation. And it's up to the board whether they accept it or not. And, some of my colleagues are incredulous about that. I can't really help it. But the staffs, if that weren't possible, then there would just be a staffer and there wouldn't be a board to make the decision. And, I've, as a citizen before I was on this board, I had to come before boards like the P&Z and ask for a decision. I had to come before this board. And trust me, the decisions here did not always go my way, and it had, an impact on the value of my home. And what I was hoping to accomplish, it certainly does happen. I won't be voting for this resolution. I don't support it just because I think it's overstepping. I think that there's a system in place. There's a 22-page county ordinance. There is a diverse board. There is a wonderful staff. If we weren't happy at some point, we went to them and we expressed our concerns, and they've been met. So, but I do want you, and then I also want you to know, I live in a 1959 building. It's on that survey. I own 2 units out of 8 in that building. I own 25%. So this does impact me. It really does. And since I've lived in that building for 16 years, we have probably, each unit owner has paid maybe $50,000 or $60,000 in assessments. We needed a new roof. We changed the AC. We did our 40-year inspection. we waterproof, we did concrete work, we have more work to do. We're constantly doing it, so I feel your pain. And luckily for me, when I moved in, the elders in the building, let me know we have all this going on. It was very organized and well run, and I appreciate that even before I bought, they let me know that I should be budgeting for these repairs, just like when I had a single-family home and I needed to paint or replace the roof, or the air conditioner would go and there's $5 or $6 grand. It happens in multifamily condominium situations, just like in your single family, and you either maintain the places or you don't. So I don't want you to think that I'm callously making this decision and that I'm representing one group over another. I really do feel for all of you. This is a mess. I wish you the best of luck to resolve it in everyone's best interest. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Sauer?
Yes, sir. Let's talk about the item now.
Yeah.
Consideration of the resolution. I just want to mention two things. One thing is called home rule. I've been on the council for over 16 years, and I've been active in the Miami-Dade County and Florida League of Cities, two organizations that are dedicated to home rule, which means that we should have a right as the governing body of this municipality to be part of decisions that are made on behalf of what goes on inside this municipality. We have an interlocal agreement with the county, we have interlocal agreements with the school board, we have interlocal agreements with our surrounding communities. That's one thing. The second thing, indulge me for a second, I'm going to read you the definition of a co-op. Unlike a condominium, co-ops are owned by a corporation. This means that when you buy an apartment that is a co-op building, you're not actually buying real property, you're in fact buying shares in a corporation. When a corporation takes action, they pass a resolution, it's binding on the corporation. And it's clear from the comments that were made by Steve Warnick, who represents the Bay Harbor Continental, that in this contract, 86% of the cooperative shareholders voted to approve the sale. I think it's important and incumbent upon this council to support Stephanie's resolution. It's not Stephanie's resolution, it's the town's resolution, because although Mr. Maya said that our position is very clear, our position is not very clear, and I think this really clarifies our position in the form of a resolution. And it's not just affecting, in my opinion, it's not just affecting the Bay Harbor Continental, it's affecting all of the other, potential designees that are in the crosshairs of the Historic Preservation Board. And we have to stand up now, and we have to let them know that we as a council have an opinion, and we defend our property owners. Thank you.
Please, I asked everyone very kindly, please. All right, we're halfway done. Councilmember Fuller.
I'm not going to repeat a lot of what Councilman Salver said, because I agree with it, and just rather, I think he was dead on point with just about everything. One thing I want to make sure everything's clear is this resolution is not about a contract dispute. It's not. It has nothing to do with a contract dispute. Any portion that's anybody who's using it and saying it's a contract dispute is just really using a smokescreen to try and scare away everybody else. It has nothing to do with it. This is simply the town saying we believe in property rights. We believe in individuals making a decision. And in this point, you had a corporation that made a decision. That's, they can do what they want to do. We don't care one way or another. But if they make a decision, we want to have the ability for our property rights to maintain themselves. And home rule is absolutely dead on target. That's exactly what Councilman Salver said, and he's exactly right. This resolution has to be focused on one thing, and it's simply that we want to be able to make the determine ourselves. It's not anything we're paying for. And I'm glad you came back into the room, Councilman Morano. There's no payment here.
Right, there's no-
You want to know, what you were saying before is that we're paying for an appeal. There is absolutely zero payment here. I don't know where you got that. There's no payment from the town for the appeal. Maybe
We pay for
No.
the attorney to go
we
down to
we
the
monitor
HQ.
everything for everybody. We monitor for anything that affects the town in anything. We will actually monitor. But we don't pay for the appeal. That is nothing. There's not a penny coming up for us paying for an appeal. And I want you to be clear about
How
that.
much has been spent on this already?
Well,
So that's,
we-
I'm curious.
I have
if you want
no
to give me a
problem.
number
I
on
have
that.
no problem with the town spending money to protect its residents. I will never have a problem with that. But that being said, what we do is we monitor to make sure that our home rule is protected and our residents are protected. As far as whether or not we're paying for the appeal, but that's not your decision. That's not your decision. That's exactly what I was talking about. No, that's exactly what I was talking about. You're taking sides in a contract dispute. You may say you're not, but you are. And listen, no, you started off by saying, I have a problem with this. The fact of the matter remains that this is not, and I will repeat this 5-6 times over, this is not a contract dispute that we're getting involved in. We're simply stating that we believe in property rights. I don't even know, when it comes to the board, I don't even know how to describe them and still stay somewhat polite. That's the problem here. I attended the last meeting, and I don't see qualifications by anybody, almost anybody on the board. They didn't seem to listen. They didn't seem to understand. And what we're being asked here to do by the people that are saying to vote against this is that we should listen to people that didn't seem to pay attention at all during the meeting and then just say we should adopt that. I'm not comfortable with that. I think that we have a responsibility here to look and see what's happening, realize that something wrong is occurring, and for us to tell the county board that we think they should overturn the board. Simple as that.
With regard to council's role, specifically us, we have been involved because each of the various suggestions and recommendations by the Planning and Zoning Board staff has attempted to impose various restrictions upon the town council. Specifically, they've asked for various studies to be paid for us with a contribution by the developer, together with various the formation of a trust, to the imposition of various requirements for identifying and preserving and other roles that the town council may or may not wish to have. So we've had discussions with their staff as to what they should be doing and what they shouldn't be doing, which in our opinion should not be doing, is requiring various conditions and obligations upon the town council in connection with various agreements or suggested agreements without the town council approving it, or at least having a decision.
Councilmember Yaffe.
I agree with what Councilmembers Salver and Fuller said. I think property rights of our residents are very important. And I want to make it also clear that we as elected officials in this town have an obligation to be informed about historic preservation and other issues which affect the future of this community and its residents. We shouldn't be looking the other way or ignoring it or saying it's a dispute between private parties so that we shouldn't be involved. Historic preservation, whether you support it or don't support it, is a very important issue in this town. It's going to have it may have a significant impact on the future of our community. Also, people talk about residents being displaced and so forth, and I'm sympathetic to those who don't want to move. But the Condominium Act and the Cooperative Act, which were enacted by the legislature of the state of Florida, make very specific provision for the termination of condominiums and the termination of cooperative associations based upon a vote, supermajority vote, of the membership of those types of associations. And so what has occurred in this case, in my view, is nothing different really than members of an association voting to terminate their association and sell their property or sell the corporation's property and to move on. And, it's a democracy, all of these little associations, no matter how small they are, whether it's a 4-unit association or 100-unit association. I mean, it's the will of the majority or the supermajority which is going to determine the future of those associations. And one of the things that concern me about this particular case, because I don't view this resolution as about being in favor of historic preservation or not, is the fairness or unfairness of the process in this particular case, where the will and the desires of the residents or the majority of the residents were disregarded by the Historic Preservation Board. When I was talking about the board disregarding the recommendation of its staff, I said that because what I would call a settlement agreement that was negotiated between the owners and the developer and Kathleen Kaufman and her staff was a very well thought out and reasonable solution to a very emotional dispute and problem. And I really, as some others have said, there were benefits to all of the parties I thought involved by the adoption of that agreement. And I sat at the meeting at the library last month and listened to the comments of a number of members of the Historic Preservation Board. And I have to say that it was very disturbing to listen to what some of those members had to say. In my opinion, a number of them didn't seem to understand what their obligations are as members of the board and the factors that they should be taking into consideration in determining, in that case, whether to grant or deny an application for a certificate of appropriateness, which would have permitted the demolition of the building conditioned upon, I don't know, whether 8 or 9 or some conditions that were being imposed by the staff. And I didn't find that the members of the board who spoke against the certificate of appropriateness were informed and took into consideration the factors which they should, as members of that board, be taking into consideration. Some of the comments I thought were actually appalling. But in any event, so that was my comment about staff recommendations. Certainly, even we here, as has been pointed out, don't always follow the recommendations of staff or the elected officials. Staff makes recommendation, and certainly boards are not always going to follow those recommendations. As said before, I think we have to, as a council, defend the interests of our residents and stand up for the interests of our residents. And I'm going to vote in favor of this resolution because what I've heard tonight and what I've heard in the number of months that I've been involved in this process is that this is what the vast majority of the residents of this building want. The county commission, as I understand it, from speaking to others who have attended some of the appeals in the past, have inquired about the opinions of the town councils or the communities in which these appeals arose, and I think it's important that the county commission have some understanding as to what the majority of this council believes is appropriate and whether they support or don't support this particular appeal. And I look forward to attending this meeting. And I also, let me just regress for 1 minute, because one of the other things that disturbed me about this whole process was that it's been about a year now since Ron Wasson and I and Michael Miller and one or more of our attorneys started attending meetings with county officials about this process. And it's really unfortunate that the Historic Preservation Board staff did not engage in the community outreach, which they talked about in their recommendation most recently, leading up to the meeting that we're going to have on June 17th. If they had engaged in that process and talked to the property owners a year ago, and all throughout this whole process, I don't think we would be sitting here having this meeting tonight. I'm not saying they would have attempted to, designate a particular property as historic, but the entire process would have been open, would have been transparent, and it would have been fair. And I think that the desires of the members of the community would be taken into account. I'm not in favor of an outside board coming into our community and dictating what we have to do. I was very supportive of County Commissioner Hayman's proposed resolution to provide communities with the option to opt out of the county historic preservation process and establish our own board, not of us, the members of the council, but of qualified individuals to be on that board. And I was also supportive of her recommendation or proposed ordinance that would have required, in order for a multifamily residential property to be designated, that I think she had 75% of the members of that association would have to support that application. And I think that's what democracy is about, and that's what the participation of property owners is about. Thank you.
I'd like to ask one question. If Mr. Broad didn't own this property, would we be in this mess?
I'm not sure which property you're talking about.
He doesn't own that.
He doesn't own
He owns the land.
No,
he does not own the land.
He does not.
We own the land.
The corporation.
Bay Harbor Continental.
The co-op owns the land of the property in question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're thinking about the property next door.
Oh, okay. So then the one next door, the Dexter.
Right.
Yeah, that building has a land lease that's owned by the
How
property.
did you find out about going down to the county?
How?
Yeah.
Well, what happened was when those of us in the town, the manager and myself, we started reading articles about the Bay Harbor being included on the National Register of, I'm not sure what the National Register of Historic Properties, 11 most endangered properties, and we were interested. I mean, it was a very fascinating article. It was very, we were interested in how that came about, and we reached out to the Historic Preservation Board to find out, what the process was, to talk to them. And I will also tell you that at that time, a good number of residents on the East Island contacted us and said, there's all these people walking around with cameras and boards, and who are these people? Is the town doing something? Are they inspecting properties? What's going on? So we contacted the county and said, what's going on? And they told us that they had been in town for some time at that point, and they were surveying all of the buildings in the town or on the East Island to determine whether they might merit historic preservation. And none of us were opposed to that, but we said to them, well, why didn't you tell us you were coming to our town? I mean, we want to work with you. We have no issue with working with you and cooperating with you and taking a part in this process. But frankly, there was no transparency in the process at that time, and only as a result of our meetings with the county did they then sort of turn around and start talking about community involvement and outreach and public relations and coming into town to have meetings and so forth. But by that point, I think that the process had become very emotional and somewhat contentious because of the failure of the board and its staff to reach out to members earlier. But that's how we got involved in having meetings, because we wanted to know what was going on. And I will tell you also that when I first met with County Commissioner Heyman about this, she had no idea what was going on in Bay Harbor and Surfside with respect to historic preservation. She had introduced a resolution, as I understand it, a number of years ago, which was adopted by the County Commission, which simply said that if a county department is going to go into one of the municipalities within the district of commissioner, that they should give that commissioner the courtesy of saying, we're going to Bay Harbor, we're going to Surfside, we're going to Bay Harbor, whatever it is, and this is what we're going to be doing, so that, listen, if you're an elected official, you want to know what's going on within your district. And so she was very surprised and not at all happy to learn that she wasn't even advised what was going on. So that's really how that communication process started. And it wasn't a process where we, or at least I, was opposed to historic preservation. It was all about fairness and about the process and involving members of our community in something which is an issue which is very important to our community. And that's really what it's all about.
All right. Vice Mayor Bruder?
Thank you. I think we've gone kind of round robin back to the beginning, and really this is about home rule. I don't believe that an outside agency should come into our town, into a building or a home, and tell people you have to, as opposed to would you like to. I think if the majority of a building wants to become historical, great, let's help them become that. But if the majority of the people in a building do not want to become historic, I really don't want an outside agency without any authority really in my behalf come into a person's home and say, you can't do this, you can't sell, you can't put this color, you can't do that. I don't find that to be the American way. I think that, this is really not an issue specifically about one building. It's an issue of what's right. Again, this is not anti-MIMO, anti-historic preservation. This is about allowing the majority of the people a voice. And I believe the county commission, when they have had their appeals, they've asked, what does that city's commissioner think? So before they go down their appeal, which we are not paying for, I think that we need to stand up and say, we are for all the citizens, whether we agree with them or not, to have the ability to speak and the ability to vote. Thank you.
I'll be brief. I would like to say that the comments of Councilmember Salver and Fuller and Yaffe and Bruder, I think we're right on point. You know, it's amazing that this has taken 5 years. You know, I remember in 2010 when they came to the Continental and the building right next door and placed a moratorium and said that, you know, they were going to look at these two buildings, and then they stopped it. You know, the questions that I would ask would be, you know, literally what, you know, why is something not historic 5 years ago but all of a sudden historic now? The process, I think, is broken, and I think we all see that. In fact, you know, even the people that are strongly in favor of preservation, there has to be some understanding that this is not the best way to do this. I think that standing up for our community is the right thing. If you see how we present this meeting tonight, you can see how even the most ardent supporters or those not in support of an item, they all have the opportunity to speak. They're all treated with respect. You know, going to that meeting was, with lack of a better term, was a circus. I have to admit, I have never in my life seen a government board act in a way that they acted. You know, most of the people weren't even there at the meeting, and several members left before the item came to a vote. One person actually voted for it and against it all within 5 minutes. It didn't seem to me that our rights were being protected. I have to say, for the record, I do feel very strongly with a great sense of empathy for those individuals that do not feel the same way as the people who wish to sell the building. But obviously this is not a determination that this council makes. That is a real estate transaction. Just my background, I lived 12 years in a co-op. So I can tell you from experience, being on a co-op board is not a fun experience. I can tell you as an owner who had a proprietary lease, those of you who know the difference between that and a deed, you're reminded every time that you want to do something that it's a different type of way to own your home. And there is a process, as Councilmember Yaffe stated. The state legislature is the one that designates those laws, and we do not have control over that. We're not talking about the real estate transaction. The thing that irritates me the most is the process. The fact that the county worked for almost a year without having a public meeting, without having discussions, without having any type of notice, and all of a sudden, it's ironic. The first building designated in our town's history happens to be the most contentious. When there's so many other buildings that so many other individuals have stated are so important, why haven't those come to light? I find it ironic that the same preservation board, the same staff that 5 years ago placed that building on moratorium, then left it, and then, of course, the residents decided to take it in another direction and sell the building, that they designate the building and then the next month come up with a recommendation to demolish the building. There doesn't seem to me, I have some serious reservations as to how significant they are looking at our town as far as what is historic, what is not historic. I feel very strongly, as does some of my colleagues here, that transparency is the most important. I'll be the first one up there that if somebody wants to designate their building, fine. People, there may be people that may want to do that in the near future, as I've been told. But the fact that it wasn't transparent, the point that it was almost secretive, The fact that this town acquired information not from the county but from public records requests goes to the same premise that I think you've heard the majority, 5 out of 7 of us state that we don't believe that the system is working. And I think that, regardless of how this building turns out, whether it's deemed historic and the board's opinion is upheld, or it's not and it's quashed, I don't think this is the end of our discussion in regards to historic preservation. I hope this resolution gets to the board as an indication that they're on notice that they need to be treating what they do with the amount of respect that it deserves. That regardless of your opinion on an issue, that this is lives, people's lives, their properties, whether it's their homesteaded property or their investment or they're retired or seniors or whether or not they want to stay or go. There needs to be some level of respect. And to be quite honest, I feel that down at at least at the county, it's not happening the way that I think that we could do a better job. So obviously you hear where I'm standing tonight. I think now that we've had everyone speak, we're going to have a vote. I think we're going to have a roll call vote. I think that would be appropriate. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Fuller.
For.
Councilmember Morano.
Against.
Councilmember Reed.
Opposed.
Councilmember Salver.
For.
Councilmember Yaffe.
For.
Vice Mayor Bruder. For. Mayor Leonard.
For.
Passes 5-2.
All right. Thank you very much for coming. I ask if you're going to be leaving, please do so in an orderly manner. We do have the rest of the council meeting. So, all right. We're going to move on to item number 7.
Consideration and approval of a proposal from Vim Wireless for the purchase of 40 automatic vehicle locating services, basically a GPS service for a car, for vehicles, and a total of $51,536 for a 5-year contract plan. There was one...
Hold on. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to comment, please exit the chambers and you can comment outside. We have a long agenda. Thank you.
There was one typo that was pointed out to me. I looked at it. It does not affect our recommendation, but in the quote of TrackStar, the initial first year wasn't $22,280. It was $20,000, which affected the overall price of the 5-year contract to $53,400.55. The reason why personal car vehicle locators are important is it's a benefit to the town in many ways, from a management point of view and also from the employee point of view. Clearly, from the police perspective, we want to know where the police officers are. God forbid something should happen to them, their vehicle is stopped.
Let me cut you off for 1 second. Who wanted this pulled in the first place?
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember Morano pulled it.
Councilmember, is there a question you have about it? Maybe that's the easier way to...
Yeah, let's go through
I
that.
think it's a lot of money, and I think we only have 2 islands here. I mean, I don't see where we actually need this. We have licensed readers, anyone going off the island. I mean, how do we have to spend this kind of money for
Your question isn't about what it is, but just you don't want to spend the money.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much, and I'm a little, I mean, I think I have per car, and it's not just per car and per startup cost. You're going to have 125-hour billing every time a tech has to come out, and I mean, it's going to run some money. And I'm just...
Councilmember Morano, I'm sorry, we're having a hard time hearing you on the tape. Can you come a little closer to the microphone? I'm sorry.
It's just a matter of the money. It's how much to connect it, for software, for training is $125 an hour to train all the people on it. I mean, it's going to add up.
It's a valid point. I just wanted to make sure that's what.
Maybe the chief or the manager can directly address the return on investment and what the benefit would be in the long run.
Obviously, when a vehicle leaves Bay Harbor Islands, we would know, as it was said from our license plate reader. Unfortunately, we don't know where it goes and where it ends up, how fast it goes. We've always heard reports occasionally on the news that will clock a vehicle owned by a town in excessive speed. Those are some of the things from a management point of view, which is important to me. Also, we get requests from time to time, and I'm going to speak from two perspectives, one from law enforcement, one from Public Works. Clearly, when a vehicle leaves Bay Harbor Islands, it's important for us to know why it's leaving the island, and occasionally over the past couple of years, that has happened occasionally, and unfortunately we find out after the fact. From a law enforcement perspective, I started to say that when a police officer is out on patrol, often we're asked in staff, why doesn't a police officer pass by my street, or I haven't seen a cop in a long time. This gives us the ability to make sure that a police officer is passing by at different times of the day and night, and it can also assure that proper policing is occurring. It also goes to the other side. If we ask that a special condition be addressed, or a police officer pass by a certain location or deal with a certain issue, that it shows that he is doing it. If he's not doing it, it's also a tool for us to make sure that it is occurring. We spoke about safety, which actually is probably the most important thing. All the supervisory staff of the police department have vehicles that they take to their residences. Because they're a marked car, in Bay Harbor Island, it is true, we're a very small community, and God forbid something terrible happened, a car accident, or even worse, a violent act to a cop, we would know where the car is. Once that car leaves Bay Harbor Islands, the cop is on his own. He's by himself in a marked vehicle. And I'm not saying that it happens often, but too often a car can be, a police officer can get involved in a situation where they're injured, they can't give out their address where they are, and that's something that we would be alerted to. We would know where to find the car, particularly in a car accident, where the car just stops. There's ways and parameters to set this program that we will know all that information. As I said, it would guard against abuse of a car being used, incorrectly. Probably, to me, would be driving it too fast and violating, certain rules and regulations that we all have to follow.
I think
to public, just to Public Works, they're also charged with cleaning the streets, and in various times they have to leave the town to do certain things. Go to Home Depot. They have to pick up materials from different areas in the county. Sometimes they have to dump garbage at certain times. Unfortunately, years past, we have had sometimes the vehicles leave the island, and we find out after the fact that they weren't where they were supposed to be, doing things they weren't supposed to be doing. And this gives a guard to us. And it's really in the best interest of everybody. It reduces our liability, and it's really something I've always wanted. Really, it was the affordability factor. I know Sean has been, the chief has been testing these out for a while, and it does give you an amazing amount of information. Not what we just talked about with standing. It also gives you a lot of information on the actual vehicle, how the engine's running, vehicle regular maintenance requirements. If something's going wrong, it actually will alert you that there's something in the car that should be looked at, and we'll alert the owner.
Okay, so John Corral, you wanted to speak on this item?
Yeah.
All right.
Good evening, everyone. John Corral, 9660 West Bay Harbor Drive. I'm pretty knowledgeable in this space. I've deployed fleets in excess of 20 or 30,000 vehicles. A couple of comments. The licensing doesn't seem to be correct on the first line item, Ron. I'm more than happy to take this offline with you as well. But if you noticed on the Novotel model, the module, it's an MP30.
I probably don't have that in front of me.
All right, the module is a CDMA module. If anyone's familiar with technology, CDMA and 1XRTT is 5 years outdated. Verizon moved to EVDO, and now they're at LTE. So if you're going to put these things in the truck for 5 years, I think the module, it's outdated. You're also using an OBD2 connector, which some of the older vehicles in the fleet, I don't think will support it. More than happy to help you through this, and the cost is preposterous. An OBD2 connector costs about $45. We're paying $250 for each one here. Verizon's a great company, great carrier. I do think that from my experience, and I'm
definitely an expert in the space. I think we need to sharpen our pencil here because I think we're overpaying. There's also one thing on the requirements. You don't have what's called an accelerometer or a gyroscope inside the OWB2 connector. An accelerometer and a gyroscope will show you if there's hard braking, turns, and it's a great feature to have in all these things. And again, more than happy to sit down and work through this so we can get the best thing for the city, and the city gets the best bang for their buck.
Okay. I have no problem doing that. Just so you know, when we did have three bid submissions, and they were all very competitive. I mean, I'd like to look at some of the things you're talking about because I think a lot of this is to be included in what we're doing, heartbreaking and all that kind of stuff.
So maybe we should pull it and wait, and if you would be so kind as to meet with Ron and figure this out.
I live here. I mean,
I
if
know.
I see something like this where I can add value and save the city some money and do something better, I'm all for it.
Why don't we bring this back then?
All right, so we're going to move on. Number 8.
She can't fight the technical terms.
Yeah.
She was trying to keep up.
Number 8.
Consideration and approval of a construction trailer to be located at 10201 East Bay Harbor Drive is required by the code. The council has to approve.
All right, Councilmember Morano, your question?
Yeah, well, I mean, this thing is huge. I mean, this is like putting a house and it's going to be, I mean, now we have green fences. And now we're going to have green fences and big buildings on the lots with the setbacks or stuff. So you've got this big bulk, and we're going to have to look at these things now too. Now, the next item is a smaller one, which isn't so bad. But this is like, I mean, there's like 4 offices in there plus a space inside. Now, I don't know if this is going to be a sales office or what, but it's going to come all the way out to the street. And I mean, we have how many demolitions here, and then we're going to start with 30 of these, buildings. It's really going to look terrible.
What? I agree with that. Oh, sorry, I thought you were...
So I agree. I think it's too big. I think that we need to figure out and decide and let the contractors know that there's one, I mean, this is basically, I still don't understand why they need a private office, 4 private offices. Because they can. Well, I'm asking it in a theoretical position of why do they need so much space? It's, instead of just, if that's supposed to be a trailer for construction and for, if they need office space.
Normally, the construction sites as they are very tight, and you usually don't see as large a construction trailer. Normally they are 20 by 8, like a small, very small building, so.
Just for clarification, this is not a sales office. They have a sales office on King Concourse.
So what is this for?
It's a construction trailer.
They
can't put a sales here, but this is large even for construction.
Right. This is where the fence is supposed to come down along the street. So now where are the construction trucks supposed to park?
But that has nothing to do with the construction. Park has nothing to do with where this thing goes. I mean, they're not exactly pulling up to it.
If you had this back further, you would also have your construction workers parking their trucks out in front. So now where are they going to park?
They park in the lots, in the garage, in other places. They have to give us a staging plan that shows where they're going to be parking.
Have we approved spaces this large?
Construction trailers, I don't recall them that big, no. They'll say no either.
The next item has a nice
smaller one.
And it's back off the street, it's up, a few feet.
Is anybody...
Too far off the street, but yes, it's much smaller.
Here, it shows it's off the street a little bit.
I don't think
Is
so.
anybody here from this?
No, I don't think so. That's Serrano.
No.
Oh, wait, hold on, yes.
Oh, do we? Oh,
behind the screen.
Okay.
Good evening.
Hi, everyone. Max Ramster, Burke Howard Ellen Fernandez. I do represent the owner, but I'm not here specifically for this matter, but I'm listening, taking notes to your comments, and I can convey that to them. But unfortunately, I'm just not aware. I haven't even looked at the plans. I wasn't here for this particular.
Just to make it smaller. And I think that's
we
really...
right, I guess by not approving it, they'll get the message.
Have you seen the picture to see?
No, I haven't. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Marlene, I know what you're going to ask,
Yeah,
because we're not meeting.
Yeah, is there a size that you're comfortable with?
Yeah, I think the 20 by 8 is the smallest one they normally put on a site.
The smaller one is, and again, back off the street a little bit. I mean, if it's smaller, you would be able to move.
Well, we can ask them to move because I already asked them to move it 5 feet away from the property, from the side property line, so we can ask them to move it in. But I'm asking if there is size that you're comfortable with.
The size that I've seen other sizes, like for example, the one by the parking garage, that size, that seems to be a workable space where people,
Right.
whatever that size is.
Okay.
Perhaps maybe we should have a standard size approved so we don't have to consistently be coming before the council anyway.
Right.
At least we take the politics out of it and have a standard size, and this is what you're approved for a certain size lot.
Well, some lots have
are a little
bigger sites than others, so they vary a little bit.
And also placement will come in front of us anyways.
Can you have Mr. Miller that you have homework for the summer? So that way we can look at that. At least we're have a standard practice. Okay. So can we have a motion to approve that whatever that size is?
The small,
what
May I make one statement?
One issue.
There is, again, certain developments are taking up single lots, double lots. This is actually 3 lots. So I'm not very, an expert in the field of construction, but it may be that the larger the building, maybe it's 2 small ones as opposed to 1 large one. I don't want to, preclude their needs.
Come back to us with something that's a little more reasonable. But let me ask you this: as far as timing as well, since we have a meeting next month, what's the? I don't know if you know right now because you obviously weren't here for this, but what the status of that project is. Because if this needs to get done within a month, to get
yes,
you're gonna.
So we have a problem with that.
I'd like to make a motion that until Mr. Miller comes back to us with that we only accept, if they would like to accept, we will approve the smaller trailer on the site in the meantime. Or they can wait. Those are their choices.
So you would approve the smaller size? I wasn't sure of the exact dimensions, but I can certainly get that from Marlene.
Get that from her.
Approve that this evening, and we can come back and potentially
if you potentially need a request of a larger one after
I think that would be
that's fine. There's no meeting next month, so that's why we're trying to.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, yeah. So
there's a motion for that?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Second.
Wait, hang on. What are we doing here?
We're making a motion.
So, there's an item that's on the agenda, and I know that, it's appropriate for us to be sensitive to time, et cetera, but right now we have no restriction on our books and records or on our ordinances as to the size of the construction trailer, but the ordinance does say that we have discretion as to what to approve and disapprove.
Right.
Is that a correct assumption?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's the desire of the council to reject this application with a pre-approval of a different size?
Unless they come back with something, because the problem is that there's nobody here tonight with knowledge from them to say why they need the larger one. If there's a real reason that they need a larger one that we don't know at this point, we'll hear it in 2 months. If it's not, and they can suffice with the smaller, then we're done.
Well, I think rather than just pointing to this one, like the item number 9 one, I think we should, let's say if they come back with a trailer that's half this size, I guess, because this seems to me like it's 2 trailers put together for some reason, but it happens to be 24 by 44. So in other words, you would be.
What's the size of the other one?
The other one is 8 by 20. This one is 24 by 44.
So, I would think that a trailer that would be half this size, which would be either 44 by 12 or 24 by 12 would be acceptable. I just don't like going on the fly with things like this when we really don't know what the typical dimension of construction trailers is.
Right, I agree. None of us know the exact size. I don't think anybody here has it memorized, but...
That's
an interim proposal.
an interim.
We're getting more information.
So Mike Miller comes back to us with what is the average, and also because...
And then they say they have an office over here on Concourse, so...
Excuse me.
And
Please. Thank you.
And it's a bridge until they can come back to us. So it allows them to have, because they say they need to move right away on something. There's no one here to be able to have a conversation of why they need such a large one, and all we're doing is bridging it until, and then we will have a permanent answer.
I can try to reach someone if you could table the item for a minute.
Can I speak for a second?
Sure.
Do you think you can get them on your cell phone?
Yeah,
Maybe we can
I'll try to
defer
do that,
this item
yes.
until later in the agenda, get them on the cell phone, figure out what's going on here so we have a little bit more information since you're already here?
I would appreciate that.
All right.
Fantastic, that's fine.
Great. All right, that's fine. Move on to number 9.
Consideration and approval of a construction trailer located at 1155 103rd Street as required by Council 2.
I'll move it. Second.
Okay, Ms. Morano,
What one are we now?
number 9.
9. That was the one that's fine, it was smaller ones.
Hold it. Was there a reason?
All those in favor?
Well, because they're both trailers that were...
Well, there was a typo on the location. It's 101st Street, not 103rd, too. So we corrected that.
I corrected that on the final agenda now.
All those in favor?
That's the bill.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, number 10, please.
Consideration and approval for mechanical street sweeping services for Bay Harbor Islands by Star Cleaning based upon a contract bid price of $25.95 per curb mile awarded by the Hillsborough County, Florida, totaling $72,867.60.
All right, Ms. Morano, again.
Okay, I mean, you say that we're going to spend $72,000 a year, and a brand new machine, which will last almost 10 years, is $125,000.
No, we had a let me step in for a second. I mean, I know where you're going, but the thing is, we had this conversation, I guess, a few months ago when we first started talking about it. That's the purchase price, and Ron will correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong, but that's the purchase price for the new one is $140, $150, whatever it is. But then there is still ongoing maintenance and cost for doing it. So it's not as if that's a one-time payment, and that's it. We're still going to incur costs using our own. That we actually looked at the economics to realize this saves money over
What's the
time.
maintenance on
Extremely.
And is it 3 years out that you have to do maintenance?
Every year there's maintenance on street sweepers. They're very I don't want to say complicated because these street, they sweep the streets. But as a mechanical item, they're very complex. You can expect pretty good service for 3 years, and then your maintenance costs fly up. We've kept ours way past what a normal town would maintain, keep a sweeper. Most towns actually do lease plans. For us, by doing it this way, we get great, we get a service. We don't have to worry about the maintenance and all that goes into it. It breaks it down. A new one comes in its place. We're not bothering with disposal of what they do sweep up. In addition to that, the person who's driving it 3 days a week gets to do something else. So we save on the employee because we do have to put an employee in it to drive it. Liability, it's a win, and they are very high maintenance pieces of equipment.
I can tell you they are.
I mean, the fact that ours has lasted this long is, we're running about 10, 20, 15 grand a year.
You said it takes 3 years. Wouldn't it be still less expensive to buy it?
$210,000.
Versus...
Yeah, but your minus, you're not figuring in the employee costs and all that.
Labor costs, and grand is all in. We have to
paying for
purchase, maintain, and
gas it up.
And even though there's not major costs the first 3 years, there's still costs. I mean, even for
right. How much manpower? How much do you think the manpower annualized would be for the same schedule that they're offering here?
All right. Do we have a motion?
He spends better than half his time in the sweeper, 3 days a week.
Let me ask you: are they paying the tipping fees too? They
take care of.
We don't have to pay the tipping fees. We
have a motion to approve. To have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Ayes have it.
The reason it came back is actually Doug Armstrong found the Hillsborough contract and got a better price.
All right. So we finished the consent agenda. All right, great. All right. Number 12. Consideration and approval of an emergency ordinance on first and second reading, amending section 12-16 of the Town Code to change the allowed hours of construction and to prohibit construction on Saturdays.
An emergency ordinance of the Town of Bay Harbor Islands, Florida, amending section 1226, permissible hours for construction activity and landscaping, providing for penalties, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for an effective date. I'll move it.
Let me ask one thing before we...
Can I have a second? All right, we have motions.
Let me ask one thing, though.
Sure.
When we spoke about it last time and the time before, we had set the date that we were setting the time period being the original meeting, the April, I think it was
April 13th, yes.
Right. This says June 8th on it.
Yeah. Because it has to be. We researched the issue, and you cannot set a date prior to the adoption. You can set a date later in time, but not earlier when it comes to these matters.
Even for grandfathering something in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you the list we provided was of April 13th. I think there was one property that I was being aware of that we missed on the West Island that we will need to add.
So one squeak by.
Okay. As long as...
Why is this an emergency ordinance? I'm kind of... I don't see the emergency nature of this ordinance.
I was instructed to do it as an emergency ordinance. It's been on books like 4 or 5 times. Last time at the council meeting, we discussed it. It was brought up that we wouldn't have another meeting and we would put it in as an emergency ordinance.
We don't have a July meeting.
First and second. It's been advertised probably 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it's been mentioned.
We don't have a July meeting, and it's important to a lot of people to have an ordinance in effect which prohibits construction on Saturdays. So if we don't do it on first and second reading tonight, then assuming it passes on first reading tonight, then we're not going to take it up again until August. So the entire summer basically will continue with construction on Saturdays.
We have some public comments, so we'll go over that. John Corral.
Good evening again, everyone. John Corral, 9660 West Bay Harbor Drive. When I was here last month, I spoke lightly on the subject, and I just want to rehash a couple of points. Everyone here lives in the community. We're all proud members of our homes. Saturday, we've had it in place for a while, but we've got more construction going on here than ever before, and I welcome all the projects. I think it's good for the city, but when it starts to impact the lives of all the individuals, all right, school's off right now, okay, give them a break, but we can't allow people to come into our neighborhood and tell us the hours that they want to build. They're building at 9 o'clock today, but I speak with the guys at Pinnacle. There's people on the construction lot 8 o'clock every morning. If we start at 8, they're going to be there at 7. I mean, and again, I've documented it. I've got emails into Evelyn, and God bless her, she's on her own right now. We've got one inspector in the whole city right now. We've got more construction going on than ever before, and we had 2 in place before. I said, this little ordinance here to give everyone who lives here quality of life on Saturdays, I think it's something that we all should get behind. When these developers come, we welcome them. But they need to understand that, they're going to build their building and they're out of here. They're going to make their money, and we appreciate what they're doing. They're adding value to the community. But if you look at some of the construction sites, there's 6 people working out there. If this extra hour or this day is going to take time away from them, put a couple more construction guys on the site. The trailer, the rental cost, I'm sure if you put 2 or 3 more guys on the construction site than the 5 or 6 that work at most of them, you'll get the projects done quicker. Is it beneficial for them to work slower? I don't know. But I do know that Saturday is it's a weekend day, and it's also a holy day for a lot of people in our community. And I think that, the council should... being neighbors and residents here, they should put their foot down and say, it's our community. We don't want it on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Maya.
Victor Maya, 1155 103rd Street. I agree there's no reason that this needs to be an emergency ordinance. The reason why we had issues is because nobody knew what y'all talked about 17 different possible changes and amendments and things, the last time here. So I don't believe there's an emergency. And frankly, because you guys decide that you don't want, to come here in July, shouldn't, rush through something, where the people have an opportunity to deal with it. Secondly, I've heard that part of the reason for allowing the 8 a.m. Start time for some properties is this risk of litigation loss. And quite frankly, that risk is minimal. This town, time and time again, when it feels that it has done the right thing, it has defended its ordinances and changes successfully in the law. Every single challenge to a zoning ordinance, this town has won. So if you want to argue that the reason why you're supporting this 8 a.m. change is because you're concerned about litigation, I think that's specious. Just come right out and say, well, we think it would be a fair thing to say. Be honest, be direct, but don't use that as an excuse. It's not really a valid one, given this town's success in beating back every single challenge, to a zoning change or ordinance. Finally, it's sloppily written. It talks about permits as of June 8th. There's a distinction between construction permits and foundation permits. I don't know the difference, but it seems as though that might make a difference here. This thing about 375 feet, around the school. I mean, what? Kids don't walk in front of construction sites, on the northern part of the East Island? Come on, if you're concerned about the kids, well, why don't you make it the same criteria for sex offenders as far away as that?
Thank you. Matt Shear.
Can we ask Mr. Simone to speak to that?
I'd rather hold public comment first and then.
Yeah, Mr. Shear.
Hi, I live at 10040 East Broadview Drive. I'm fortunate to be a resident and builder here. To speak on behalf of the builders and developers here, I think there needs to be thoughtful, proper changes to the way that the building, the timing of the construction is done. I can tell you that from our standpoint, the 9 o'clock start is very difficult. Most of the workers come from far locations. They try and beat traffic. And we're usually at the job sites at 7:45, and we are not allowed to start work till 9:01. So I understand the concern of the Saturdays. I have less of a problem with that as long as the actual work hours can be are enough. And I think that the 8 o'clock start would be very, very welcome. And I'm less concerned about the Saturday start time. I also think that the building department is incredibly overwhelmed with the amount of plans and processing that they have to do. I think there needs to be serious thought, which we'll be making a motion for in the next few weeks, to seriously increase the pay and increase the amount of people we have at the building department. Obviously, the amount of construction is increased substantially. They work very, very hard, but there simply is too much paperwork for that size of building department, and I think that needs to be looked at. Because permits are taking very long, and it is not their fault whatsoever, and I think we'll be making a motion in the future to do that.
All right, thank you for your comment.
Thanks.
Sure.
He's a builder. Can I just, Matt, let me ask Matt a question about the item that we deferred, number 8. As a person in the construction business, would there be any reason to have a 44 by 24 construction trailer? I mean, is there any...
It is proportional to the size of the project. So, for example, if you go to the project in Surfside, you have, 30 construction trailers across the street. So I think it should be logical and proportionate to the size of the project. Obviously, you can have both by keeping it away from the street and still keep the size proportional to the project. I understand that councils are very... not amenable to, they think buildings just pop up in 2 seconds and they can be clean and easy, but there's a whole other side to construction that is, that should be considered when making these decisions, and they're not mutually exclusive to keep clean sites, good hours, but still be able to properly do business in the construction.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Thank you. Victor Nieto. All right, not here. Sam Sammy.
Hi, good evening all. Sam Sami,
10261 East Broadview Drive. And I just make it brief. It's obvious. Whatever I say, you know. The shorter the workers' work hours, the longer we're going to keep them here. So if you restrict them, they're going to be here longer. If the project has to finish in a year and a half or a year, they're going to be here 2 years. And nobody likes the bridge closures every night, but we close the bridge like 3-4 nights a week. If you restrict that to 1 night a week, how long it's going to take to have the bridge done? So just a little point to think about it. I want you to give the developers better hours, longer hours to finish their job faster and get out of here.
Thank you for your comments. All right, to answer the council member's question.
Yeah, absolutely. It's there is a distinction made among different types of permits to reflect different types of construction activity. It's not sloppily written, and it's well written, if I could say so. The difference is you can have and apply for a foundation permit without having your master building permit. Or you can bypass the whole foundation permit and go straight for a building permit or a master building permit. So because there are two separate kinds of permits that you can apply for, and you want to make sure you encompass all valid permits and make sure that they're in good force the whole time and allow those, that's the distinction.
All right. Does any council member have any questions?
Yeah, I do.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Reed.
Okay. We're going by these permits. But meanwhile, this is a June 24, 2013 permit. So you mean for 2 years there hasn't been construction on this? This permit is still out there and... Or is the building in process, or?
Something that's been in the books as of today's date, meaning, and the reason that it's...
Because looking back at a permit that was applied for 2 years ago.
Are these all active construction?
Yes, they are. When a contractor comes into the building department, the first thing that they need is the BP permit, the BP number, so that they can take their plans to Durham, they can take it to the county. So this BP 2013 is when they started the process. So that number is assigned to them. That's why I also put the issue date of the permit there, so that you see. Some of them have the BP number for a few months before they actually get issued that permit.
So all of these are current construction, ongoing projects?
Yeah, some of them are towards the beginning, some of them are in the middle.
All right, any other questions?
They're not empty lots and have a permit for all that.
Councilmember Reed.
I understand the intent, since we're talking about the safety of the children, that we are putting this restriction 375 feet around the school. But, the kids do come from the East Island, the West Island, Surfside, Bal Harbor. They walk, they ride their bikes. I just don't think the only danger zone is that close to the school. So, and I'm wondering, legally, if there's not an issue with that, because you're basically saying that there's a safety problem, but you're only protecting that limited amount of area.
I don't believe there would be a lawful legal challenge. You think of the many aspects of the law that differentiate and have a radius around a school. There's the Sexual Predator Act. There's liquor store acts. There are many acts that have been held to be constitutional, and certainly the town council can have certain requirements for a reasonable radius around the Ruth K. Broad School, and I would have no reservation defending the town in respect to that radius.
Okay, practically speaking, so we're acknowledging that these trucks and the equipment are a danger to the kids. So
no, there's no such recognition. I believe the council wanted to make sure that this area was with a 9 a.m. start time. There's no such recognition as in the intention of the drafting or the application of it. It's just the fact that the council wanted to have that
Let me interrupt, because I was one of the ones who suggested that because of some of the comments from the public and so forth, and we know how congested West Bay Harbor Drive is in the morning when people are taking their kids to school. So if you don't have construction vehicles pulling in and out and arriving on those projects, particularly the Monarch, for example, at 8 o'clock in the morning when people are trying to make that turn and get their children to school, it was just easier to keep in my view anyway, is my rationale for suggesting it, to keep the construction away from that area while there's a lot of vehicular traffic and people walking around trying to get to school. So.
What about a concept of saying either splitting the difference and maybe going to 8:30 on these grandfathered in projects, or saying no mechanical operation, no drilling, no driving pilings, no heavy machinery until 9 o'clock.
Well, I'm gonna blame Jordan for this. Seriously, because for 65 years or something in this town, the start time was 8 a.m., not 9 a.m. And then, I respect the reasons why you suggested that we move from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. And I actually tried to change or proposed changing that back and couldn't get a second to that motion a number of years ago. But I look at it really as, it's really to a certain extent fairness. Projects started, there were a set of rules. I'm not concerned about the litigation, I'm just concerned about the fairness. And I also want to get the projects done as quickly as possible because, when they're done, there's less construction, they're back on the tax rolls. And it sort of makes sense. I'd rather have them work, because I've lived here for 20 years now, I think. So for all those years, projects were under construction at 8 a.m. I know it bothers some people. We all have different. Some people work at home. Some people don't work. Some people are retired. Whatever it is. So we all have different lifestyles and different times where we would really like it to be quiet. But it seemed to work for 60 some odd years. But I respect the move to 9 o'clock, and I thought that these grandfathering in these particular projects was a good compromise to get these projects done because of the fact that they were commenced or started under a different set of rules than we're now proposing. And also, I just wanted to make a comment about the developers. There seem to be comments from the public and some people up here that they're all evil people. And they're not. We all live in buildings or single-family homes that were developed by somebody. I live in a house that was developed by Stanley Tate, who was one of the oldest residents of the town and a former mayor and so forth. And, people hopefully have pride in the projects that they build and they add value to the town. So I don't look at these folks as people just come in here to make a bundle of money and leave, that's part of the process. We live in a society where everybody wants to make money, so I just don't really think that that's a factor. Hopefully most of the people who are building, whether it's single-family homes or multi-family residential, condos and apartment buildings, take pride in what they're doing and are looking for value, and I think it adds value to the town. So that was just my comment about that, because we keep hearing about developers.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that too. You're absolutely right that no group of people should ever be stereotyped. But if we look at our recent history here, since 2012, the first project of this renaissance was the Edgewater. And the first thing that happened was they failed to notify the only owners of units that happened to be right across their property line. It was a mistake, but then after that we have other units where structures mysteriously showed up that weren't supposed to be there, and they had to be retroactively approved by P&Z, and then other structures on other similar buildings, again, the same kind of thing. There has been a lot of behavior that has caused the public to lose trust.
And that doesn't matter
in this renaissance.
10 or 11 o'clock. That's just a matter of code enforcement in the town.
That's just to address your comment about the developers.
But excuse me, you're not on the East Island where we have how many projects going at one time.
I have to tell you, Doris.
Wait. I listened. I heard you. Wait.
There's a house on my street that's been under construction for 6 years. There's a house down this street that's under construction. There's a house behind me that's under construction. There was another house where I have to tell you that Saturday was the favorite day to cut concrete and put in tile, and, you know, it would drive us crazy. So it's not that people who live on the West Island don't experience noise on a very frequent basis. And frankly, I've been woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning by huge trucks coming onto my street with construction equipment and so forth. That happens anywhere in town. And I will have to say also that, Ron, just a second. No, wait. You know, in terms of, you know, our code enforcement officer, I read those reports that we get every week, and I look at the violations, and I look at the number of violations for early work, you know, working before 9 a.m., and I think that there are developers or builders in this room who would say that after you get a $250 citation once or twice, you're probably going to pay more attention to the start times, and I've seen a great reduction in those $250 citations. So, you know, you're going to have people who violate, whether it starts at 9 a.m. or 7 a.m. or 6 p.m. or whatever it is. It's just, you know, the nature of the beast, and we just have to have code enforcement.
Code and the police, and just so you know, sorry, what do you say? There's about equal amount of projects on each island.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe, but there's a lot of private homes being built right now.
In fact, when he said he's been here 28 years, I was about to joke with him. When he moved in, was the house already under construction across the street? I mean, it's a running joke how long that house was taken. So,
Any illustration of, you know,
Just to-
any other comments?
Yeah, just to go back to the question posed, as an alternative, we can take and remove the 375-foot radius if that's the pleasure of the council.
Okay. All right. I'll just...
And I still didn't finish my turn.
Oh, sorry.
The thing too was, though, we were talking, she mentioned 8:30 because of the school. The kids will be in school by 8:30. School will be starting.
I think that's actually a worse time, and I'll tell you why. One of the problems is that if you're telling everybody, we don't want, one of the things we want to prevent, even though we can't really completely prevent it, is we don't want the workers showing up long before the time of the start of the work. So what happens is, even if we're able to try and push them to show up 10, 15, 20 minutes, I know we can't gauge it, I know, Matt, but I'm saying, the problem is if we're doing 8:30 instead of 8, that means they're going to start showing up. Even in our best case scenario, if they do exactly what we want, they're going to be showing up with their trucks and with their people right at the same exact time as all the traffic's going to the school. By moving it to 8, they're probably going to get there 7-something, which means they're there beforehand and they're out of the way by the time the cars get there for school.
Do we want them gathering at 7-something?
We don't. But the problem is, if you do it at 8:30 and you get what you want, which is an 8:15 arrival time or something along those lines, that makes it worse for school. 8 to 8:15 is the worst time to get the truck showing.
Unless you leave the 375 in, then it won't be a problem for the school traffic. But it will do is people leave for work around, 8:20, 8:30 for the most part. So on the East Island, the parking gets a little tight. When people are leaving for work, they make those spaces available, and the workers that are coming can then pull into those spaces. Then it won't be any kind of a log jam. I think, it's a compromise.
It's a
good one.
Well, I have to admit, I think this is a compromise. I don't think there's anything here that everyone says, oh, this is the best scenario, but it is a good compromise. I was one of the people, as Councilmember Yaffe mentioned, that was adamant about starting at 9 a.m. I do have the concern that it's not fair to have someone come to our town and invest dollars to build a project, whatever size project it is, whether it's single-family home or multifamily, and then change the rule on them, which could have an adverse effect on their project. The purpose of this ordinance is to change it to 9.
Right.
So I think by that, we're going to be one of the most stringent in the county, which I don't think, I think that's what was the original intent, was to make it more stringent to start at 9 a.m. I think by allowing these few projects to finish out, it allows us the opportunity to be fair to them, with the understanding that once this is over, it's over.
How many projects?
It's on the back page.
13 or so.
I think, Jordan, as you said, we probably have the most restrictive ordinance in the county at this point.
We do.
With the exception of Golden Beach, which also, as I understand, it doesn't permit construction work on Saturdays. But if we adopt this in the current form, I think we'll even be more restrictive.
We'll be like North Bay Village, but an hour off.
North Bay Village permits construction on Saturdays.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, we would be Yeah, we'd be, I think, one of the most stringent.
And that's good for quality of life
Yeah.
in Bay Harbor Islands. I mean, I have no issue with that, but I just wanted to point it out that we are very restricted.
Yeah,
And for the most part, that is in response to, the residents who contact us individually or send emails to town or come here and spoken at meetings over the last several months. So.
Yeah, according to this, North Bay Village is Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. This was the survey we got last month.
And I stand corrected on that.
Oh, sorry, 8 to 5, okay. So, all right, so moving forward, we've had discussion. Can we have a poll vote, please? Maureen?
Sorry, it's been moved and seconded?
Yeah, it's moved and seconded.
Right.
Yes.
Sorry.
Councilmember Yaffe.
4.
Councilmember Salver.
Yeah, I'm going to vote against it, only because I'm concerned about the fact that it's an emergency, and I think an ordinance like this really requires 2 readings, so I'm voting against it.
Councilmember Reed.
I'm going to vote against, even though I made the motion because I was hoping to amend it, but after hearing my second's opinion, that wasn't possible, so.
Councilmember Morano.
Against.
Excuse me. We're in the process of having.
Councilmember Morano.
Against.
Councilmember Fuller.
Excuse me, Mr. Maya. Mr. Maya.
Vice Mayor Bruder.
4.
Mayor Leonard.
4.
Passes 4-3.
Great. All right, item 13, please.
Consideration and approval of an ordinance on first reading amending Town Code Section 19-25 to prohibit the parking of trailers, boats, recreational vehicles, mobile homes, and stretched-out vehicles within the town unless fully enclosed in a garage or other structure. Go ahead, Molly.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Bay Harbor Islands, amending Chapter 19 of the town's Code of Ordinances entitled Traffic, and specifically amending Section 1925 entitled Parking of Trailers, Mobile Homes, and Stretched-Out Vehicles to include boats and recreational vehicles, and prohibiting trailers, mobile homes, recreational vehicles, boats, and stretched-out vehicles from being parked within the town without being fully enclosed in a garage or other structure, and providing certain exception, providing for severability, providing for fortification, providing for an effective date.
Can I have a motion, please?
I'll move it.
Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, but I just want to make, Isaac, I just wanted to address something in the last thing. I don't disagree with you about the emergency necessarily, but given the fact that the council doesn't want to meet in the month of July and it would put it off until August, I think that it was appropriate to do it that way. Just wanted to get that on the record.
All right. Any comment from council in regards to this item?
Yeah, I think we should drop the word other or other structure. Because then once we have other structure, theoretically somebody can erect, one of those like little temporary tents, like another structure, like in the football stadium where they tailgate, they erect those other structures, and then someone can just put up, a temporary other structure, and theoretically they're complying with the ordinance. And I don't think that's in the spirit of the ordinance. So I think we should put, if you have something, it's one of those prohibited things, it should be in a garage.
I agree. I have no problem with that.
What about a shed?
Yeah, I mean, it has to start.
You can put a stretch limo in a shed. I'm pretty sure we prohibit a shed that size.
I'm talking about maybe like, like a wave runner or something, or some other type of equipment like that.
Right, I mean, it's still, whatever they put would still have to fit with the regular code.
You know what, if you're going to put other structure, put other permanent structure.
I don't have a problem with that.
Well, I mean,
I say just a garage, and that really simplifies matters.
Let me ask you a question. If you put other structure, it still does not negate the fact you still have to have a permit. It has to meet our code.
Oh, absolutely.
So, I mean, even so, it's not like that gives you permission to just put, the, significantly large tent shed up there, but,
As long as it's, permitted, it's okay.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? All right. Hearing none.
So is there? So the amendment, the motion and the second should have.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, is there?
There should be changed to include some amendment. Are we amending this or not?
Are you asking? I don't know who made the motion.
Or permanent.
I need a motion.
Yes, definitely.
Do you want to change it to
Remove other structure.
remove that?
I would just remove other structures. Period.
Because then you couldn't do like a shed or anything.
Well, then I
second it, so if you agree to that change.
If you had a shed that your watercraft fit in, it wouldn't be an issue because people wouldn't be complaining about it.
Yeah.
But you can't have a shed, you just can't put your...
Right, if you have a legal shed, you know,
It meets the
it's
code,
it's one of
then
these
it has
things
to meet the code.
God bless you, you know. we don't-
Okay, I'm okay with that.
I would suggest in that case, perhaps I can change the language to garage or other permanent structure.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
Are you okay with that? Okay.
Okay.
All right, so
I amended with what Frank said.
All right, Mr. Maya?
Bob did it.
There we go.
Ditto. That's my daddy.
Victor Maya, 1155 103rd Street. My concern is Section B. Stretched out vehicle, recreational vehicle, or trailer may be parked in an off-street parking facility in a place where place is assigned to it by the town manager, subject to the payment of applicable parking fees. So, we don't want to see these terrible, horrible, ugly buildings anywhere except in the parking lot.
You said buildings, you're talking about vehicles?
Vehicles, oh, I'm sorry.
That's right.
We don't want to see these ugly eyesore vehicles anywhere except in our public lots. So I have to see out my window all of the trailers for all of the grass cutting and lawn service vehicles, the mold removal vehicles, all of these big ugly vehicles and trailers and things of that sort that are parked, across the street, across from my building in that parking lot are okay. And I think that's wrong. So if we are not going to allow these things to be visible anywhere, I don't think that we need to be making an exception for our parking lots.
I think what it says here is it's as assigned by the town manager. So I think we can make clear to Ron, we just rather have them out of sight.
No, just so you know, the exception is any vehicle has to fit in a parking space to be allowed to do that. The exception would be if somebody was there temporarily for a day or two, which we have requests from residents all the time. They have something they can't store it and they're not going to keep it there long. So we do make exception. We would make that would be an exception. They would have to pay a parking fee, obviously. We've had people with RVs, large vehicles. They're going away. They ask, can we park it for 8 hours while I'm getting ready to go on a trip? I've made those exceptions as long as it's legally parked off the street.
Ron, you've made exceptions for when companies have done TV and videos when they've parked in.
Obviously, yes.
Like I remember on 103rd Street, you guys did that in that very same parking lot.
Yes, we have to make exceptions from time to time.
But we are talking here.
Not permanent.
Can some of those vehicles fit in?
If they can fit in, we
As opposed to being in one of the outdoor lots, where they're enclosed.
These are lawn care vehicles. These are trailers, with lawn care stuff. A lot of times they have debris, in the back of these trailers. I mean, these are trailers that are there all the time.
Doesn't say that.
That's like a
The
truck
code,
plus
yeah.
a back.
It says here a trailer, maybe parks.
All right, thank you for your comments. We have a motion, we have a second, as amended.
Can you please indulge me, because I was out of the room. Can you just tell me what the change was?
Sure, the change was on A1, where it says garage or other structure, where they inserted permanent between other and structures of a permanent structure.
Okay, thanks.
So, all right. So we have a motion, a second, amended. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Fuller.
4.
Councilmember Morano.
4.
Sorry?
4.
Councilmember Reed. 4. Councilmember Salver.
4.
Councilmember Yaffe.
4.
Vice Mayor Bruder. Oh. Mayor Leonard.
4. All right. Passes. Number 14, Mr. Manager.
Item 14.
I'm sorry.
Let's recall.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're done. Okay, very good. Yeah, so.
Back to number 8.
All right, welcome back to number 8. What does your client say?
They are certainly willing to take the 20-foot by 8-foot that had been mentioned. Seems to be have been acceptable in other locations.
Okay.
That's not...
I'm sorry, what was the size?
20.
Yes, that's the
the
small
one that
one.
we just approved.
That's the smaller one.
That's
the
the
one
small
that we just
one.
approved. All right.
Okay.
Can we get a...
So I will take my motion and amend it that the trailer should be no larger than 20 by 8.
I'll second. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
So, showed up tonight. And Madam Clerk, just please a reminder that after the summer when we come back, we're going to be discussing that.
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right.
Item 14.
14.
Consideration and approval of a Bay Harbor Islands Causeway entrance project design feature. This is really, I'm seeking an approval to start the process, basically. What you're seeing here in front of you is what this particular sign would look like as you drove past it in the day and night. We developed this only because the model which we had here, which looks identical to that, was unable to get a realistic look on how it would look to the person or somebody driving past it. So it's an approximate sighting on the causeway. It's a rather large piece. I was asked at the last meeting, or the last time this came up, and it came up kind of late at night, was to maybe go to FIU or University of Miami and see if they could, have the art students or the architectural students or engineering students come up with an idea. Unfortunately, there was very limited interest, and I'm being very, very nice when I say that. The only interest was if we paid them to do it. When we spoke the last time, there was a couple of not bids, but estimates on what this could cost to build it, fabricate it, and install it, and it ranged anywhere from about $500,000 to $800,000. But that's, as I say, that's an estimate. So that triggered maybe there's something else. The design, and I'll introduce Tom, if you would come up, Tom Grabowski from his firm that works under Stantec and helped develop this. He can tell you a little bit about his qualifications that went into this, but the real cost is not I shouldn't say it's not the cost of the design, but it's building the construction documents to bid it out, and then installing it. So this is how it will be seen from a driver day and night, and that's it. I know if you would, Tom, if you want to.
Good evening. My name is Tom Grabowski, and my firm, TJ Design, is teamed with Stantec to create this piece. What you're looking at is a somewhere between 70 and 90 foot wide arc. It is made of a perforated metal that during the day will be silver. And at night, as you can see, it will be internally illuminated and will glow with pretty much any color we want. We can put colored lights in there that can be controlled with a computer. They can be set one color. They can be seasonally adjusted. The blue was the color that we started with to show it that way, and it's got the maximum effect. It has the name on both sides, so you will see it coming and going. The exact sighting, as Ron mentioned on the site, is going to be tweaked as we get accurate surveys of everything where it is. It's on a raised mound, about 3 feet, 4 feet high above grade, so it comes up just a little bit and has low landscaping around it. And I think it'll be a very beautiful entry feature for your city. So if you have any questions, I will be glad to try to answer them for you.
I know you said we can change and thank you for the presentation, but I know you said you can change the color. Can you do more than one color at a time?
Yes. I don't know if you want to, but yes.
I mean, like the July red, white, blue type of thing.
The lighting in there is what we call RGB LED lights, which is the full color spectrum in a pixel, and there'll be a whole strip of those down the center of that arc. So with a computer, you could control it with the right controller. Yes.
Is there anything that is currently existing in Dade or Broward County that can be compared to this thing?
No.
So, how do we know if we say, okay, hey, look, we're willing to invest what Ron's projection is between $500,000 and $800,000? How do we know, halfway through the project that, it's not going to end up... No, forget about that. Because, you know what, how could you not like it? It's like Disney World.
The rides of life.
But, the fact, I just hate to, start the project and have the guys come out and blah, 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 and then say, oh, well, by the way, your $800,000 project is $1,800,000.
That's if we go with the covered lights.
What you're looking at there in the two sheets I just gave you is a project that we completed in Columbus, Ohio about 4, maybe 5 years ago. It's one of about 4 or 5 different pieces where the perforated metal has been lit. That one you're looking at is about 25 or 30 feet long. And it was made, again, the similar technique with the perforated facade on it, and you can see the inside to give you an idea how it actually is functioning. The blue strips in there are the RGB light strips, and again, they could be turned into anything. When you build something like this, you have to finish the inside as well as the outside, because at night it becomes very transparent, as you can see in that one photograph, so you can see into it, although during the daytime you will not be able to. You'll just see a silver arc going across the landscape.
So when you were designing this sculpture, what in Bay Harbor inspired you to?
It was more of a MIMO arch, a parabolic arch that really inspired it. So you've got 3 arches that are in there. You've got one which is half an arch. You've got in plan it's the parabolic arch, and then you have the parabolic arch holding up the.
Right. So this is a MIMO inspired.
Right.
So in other words, is there any? I mean, can you? Because MIMO is a very important discussion we've had. Can you please explain to me so that I can understand? The arch is what you consider MIMO, correct?
A parabolic arch. A parabolic arch is considered that. I mean, you have the one over here at the off 163rd Street by the old Levitt's showroom there, the arch to the industrial park.
When was that? What year was that built?
That was in the late 50s. That was in the same time frame. So you have that. I mean, the idea there again is MIMO can be very fussy with a lot of little detail in the cast stone facades and stuff like that, or it can be very simple and very elegant. So, I mean, you don't want, for an entry feature, you don't want fussy and lots of things going on. You want simple and elegant. So that's the way it was, conceived.
So a person who is a MIMO enthusiast would be very happy with this.
I would think so.
It's MIMO inspired.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I was. Oh, you're going to take
no,
for a second? Wait.
Yeah, I was going to do that. But you sure? Okay. All right. Very good. We had. Who's the first person? Victor Maya. Come on down. And for that, Matt Shear, you're next.
Victor Maya. I'm just wondering what the rush is. The bridge is still, being repaired. We don't know if there's going to be delays. We heard earlier today that there's more, more unexpected stuff. You have a lease on a gas station that's going to be up in 2 years, I think, something like that. So you're going to have all of this land out here in the middle on this causeway. Why don't we take the time just a little bit, to engage, a landscape architect to incorporate, something so that we have a sort of a long-term plan for this area where we can incorporate a big, wonderful, beautiful sign. There's nothing wrong with the sign. I just think to spend at least $500,000 or more right now, just it seems a little quick. I mean, why don't we wait? You know, we can use the money for so many other things. I mean, we've heard about the building department being overwhelmed, this and that and the other thing. You know, and if the Broad Foundation is going to help us, you know, with the cost of this, I'm sure they would just love to be able, you know, to help in terms of putting together a bigger plan, you know, for that whole, you know, part of the island that we don't use anymore now. And we can really make something special for that entire area. I mean, look how beautiful it looks right now on the picture. So I just, you know, what's the rush in terms of spending, you know, all of this money? We don't even know how much we're going to spend, you know, and I just don't see the need to rush. I mean, the money is better spent on other things right now, right this minute. Let's wait for all the tax revenue that's going to come in from all these high-end, you know, condos, you know, when they come on board, you know, in 3, 4, 5 years from now, and the lease will be up on the gas station. We'll figure out what to do and have, you know, more of a vision for that area. Thank you.
Matt Shear.
If the city could educate me on that answer, what is the plan for that whole piece, or is there none currently?
There you go.
So most of us would like to see it just remain vacant, you know, green space, open with the views. I'm not sure what's going to happen with the gas station or what the intent is.
Okay. So as someone who cares about the neighborhood and someone who builds, you know, a lot of homes in the neighborhood, I can tell you that I think the city should not spend more than a couple $100,000 on an entrance feature. I built very elaborate entrance features for master plan communities, and I can tell you that although this is beautiful, I don't think it speaks to what Bay Harbor is, and I think that the price tag on such a thing should not be over a couple $100,000. I would be happy to we have architects in our office. I'd be happy to submit some plans to the city with prices attached to them so that there's no issues of cost overruns and we know what the design can look like and the build can cost. I have no problem doing that on behalf of our company for the city, although I would like Jordan to perhaps rethink his 9 o'clock.
Don't kill me on that.
And that's the horse trade I have to offer.
But just so you know, our contribution is $150,000. Just so you know, that's our contribution
to
this project.
Well, I think that can be done for $150,000.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? But what I'm asking tonight is really to look at this and to move forward with going in that direction. I would welcome you to bid on this project when it goes to bid.
Well, I'd like to be part of the design process because the bidding process won't be fruitful if we're bidding on a $1 million structure. I'd rather try and value engineer what we're trying to design, maybe with the architects, so that we're not bidding on something that is very expensive.
Right.
Again, I don't need the job. I'd rather just see the city, you know, buy something that is less expensive and maybe a little more apropos for Bay Harbor.
Absolutely. So, Councilmember Reed.
I have to say that I had to go back and look at the minutes from the first time we saw this was in the... were you done? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I thought you had a question, because we have other comments, so just let's finish with the comments then. So, are you done?
So that's it, yeah.
Okay.
I want to thank you for saying that.
Great. Thanks.
Can I just ask a question?
Oh, you had a question for Matt?
No, I have a question for Ron.
Oh, okay. Let's finish with the comments, and then we'll go back to council comments. Mr. Rufield.
Oh, I do have a question.
Well,
sorry, because he says he doesn't think this represents the town. I'm sorry. Can you come back for 1 second? Thank you. So sorry. Sorry, Paul. You said this. You don't believe that this represents the town.
Well, this looks like I think it's a beautiful architecture, but it's beautiful for Disney World, as someone mentioned.
Okay,
this is not this is a place where people live. I think it's a little massive. I think it's a little.
So, if you, in your perspective, what do you believe is a representation of the town? You build in the town, you live in the town, you're part of.
I can't answer that here. I will tell you that I will submit a couple drawings to Ron to submit to the board. So
with a MIMO influence, in fact.
This MIMO thing, as a side note, I think you guys really need to get away from that's a whole other ball you should really just leave alone and not try and make this a MIMO community. I think that's very dangerous, but that's just my...
Thank you. All right, Mr. Rufield.
question came up before about what else would we be doing with that property. First of all, I happen to agree with the gentleman that just spoke. You know, if I want to go to Disney World, I want to go to Disney World. If I want to go to a beautiful residential island, I want to go to a beautiful residential island. The entrance to that island tells you what you're going into. More importantly, there's something else that has just started. And I don't know how many of you have seen that they're starting to have water ferry services that are running in Biscayne Bay. I would strongly recommend that you consider taking part of that land, whether it's rebuilding a parking lot or doing something to allow people to get out onto that property and possibly have some tie-in with one of the ferry systems that is going to be operating. There's one that's already started. It may not seem like much, but I think it could be a definite attraction, and it could be something that people could enjoy going to. Thank you.
All right. And finally, our last comment, Mr. Broad.
Morris Broad, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council. We had a meeting in May at the Shepherd Broad Foundation. With the rebranding of the causeway to the name of Shepherd Broad, firstly, we very much appreciate the action that you took in designating it the Shepherd Broad Causeway. I had been talking with Ron Wasson on several occasions, because there are two things that we seem to focus on through the foundation. That's part of our desire to enhance the quality of life in Bay Harbor. Two specific projects. One is the entranceway, and we don't have any particular feeling as to what it should look like, what it would do in terms of an entrance to the causeway and to the town. That's something that really the members of council, I think that really belongs to them. As does another project that we would like to cooperate on is the lighting of the pilings on the causeway, similar to the lighting that you see over at the bridge to the Port of Miami and to the MacArthur Causeway. I think illuminating the causeway at night would make a tremendous statement. We are prepared, when you all decide on what this arch, or call it what you will, you get a better feel or a definition of it, we would like to participate in a substantial way. If you were to ask me tonight, how do you determine, Isaac would ask me, well, what's substantial? I know it's coming. But we really don't know, other than in concept. We would like to provide substantial funding for those two projects. And so I wanted to relay that to all of you in terms of your consideration when it comes to what you decide you want to do, commensurate with the cost of doing it. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. That's very generous. All right, so we have a motion and a second.
Can I just say, there was a couple of things that was said. This hasn't really been a rush to get this through. This has been a work that's well over, taken over a year. I really didn't want to even bring this until we had the ground cleared and the grass down. I'm not married to this. It's funny, Tom, you say it's the Mimo Arch. To me, it looked like a wave. To me, it reminds me of a wave, which is in our logo now. It's your pleasure. I mean, we have to start somewhere. As far as the lighting, as Mr. Broad just mentioned, this has come up before. I would love to light the bridge, and I'm working on a proposal now for that. working with a company, a lighting company, to give me something that I can at least get some idea, some renderings to bring to you to show you what can be done.
I mean, first of all, I want to thank the Broads and the foundation for their generous, substantial gift, whatever that might be. And I think illuminating the bridge is going to be beautiful and elegant and, and important. But I think that we need to look at a couple concepts, a couple designs. I mean, this is a permanent, important structure that announces to outsiders who our town is. And I think that, I'd like a couple ideas to pick from, and to throw around and to see. And I'd also like them to be published in our newsletter, so that maybe if we can also get a little bit of input from the residents of the town, because that's how important it is. I mean, people who don't know anything about Bay Harbor, as they drive in, that's the first thing they're going to see. And, I think it's extremely important. And we need to do, right by our town.
I agree with Stephanie, and I'll put it one more thing. I still have, even with the generous offer from the Broad Foundation, I still have reservations with the cost. Even though it's not our money, it's still money being spent, and I can't in good conscience say, just this is our first design, this is out, let's just spend the money for it, and it's okay because it's somebody else's money. I'd like to see some other designs and get a general idea of what we can do to reduce the cost for everybody.
So, Ron, can you, sorry, Kelly.
Like I started to say earlier, it was in November that we first looked at this. It was very late, and that was the consensus at the time, according to the minutes. And I remember the look on our faces that we were just sort of uncertain. And although it is beautiful, and I think futuristic is probably more, a term that we would all understand. And it looks even better now. When we looked at the image that we had, the model, thank you, that really didn't do it. But this is extremely, extremely helpful. So that being said, I also had mentioned that maybe planning and zoning might want to get in on this. Would we consult with our own planning and zoning and let them weigh in? I think that would be important.
I think planning and zoning would, if you want to go and have people just submit renderings, that's fine. And we can get. I'll put an advertisement out for renderings, and specify that it would have to include, a picture and something like what you're looking at to give a better idea, and then you could look and get, look at it. Everybody'd have a chance to draw and submit something, and then you could select something that you.
Yeah, we definitely need some options, and is a pedestrian access or any kind of other use of that island, like Mr. Ruthfield said, water taxi, and I know that's a tremendous undertaking. I know we've heard discussion that we really don't want to reroute the road. We have concerns about safety, and it's a shame because although it is beautiful and in a passive way, it could be such a good usable space also. I'm wondering if there is going to be an additional memorial feature planned for this. At one point we were talking about that. Okay. And I would like to see a part of a comprehensive plan. Mr. Broad, Mrs. Bussell, thank you very, very much. We really do appreciate it. And I would also like to recognize somebody else in this room who's been an advocate for lighting the bridges, and that's Mr. Paul Basil in the back, who take your bow, right? So anyway, I would like to see more designs, and thank you, Mr. Scheer, for offering to bring in those additional drawings. That would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, so Ron, so you're going to bring this back?
I will bring it back, and just to a point, if it's a different, for instance, if Mr. Scheer's is selected, then it will go out to bid, and anybody could bid on that particular. That's what we're talking about.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
All right.
I can't stop looking at this thing.
You disagree?
I'd like to say something. And with Parks and Recreation, we were talking about doing something with this piece of land. And as usual, I would like us to actually have a vision for this piece of property and think about what we would really like to do with this Causeway property. Now, I mean, he was very quick to say no memorial, but I mean, I think there should be some kind of discussion of what we want, unless you've discussed it already. I don't know.
We've had, I think you were talking about to the Broad family. Are you saying that? That was the question, not a...
Yeah,
Right.
at some point, I think, many months ago, there was a discussion about incorporating a memorial of some sort.
Or an art park, in Parks and Recreation.
A broad memorial, but, so that's been replaced.
Talking about a memorial to the Broad family.
Yeah.
That's what
You're talking about Veterans Memorial.
I'm talking about a Veterans Memorial or an art park or something that we could, let's think about it and not rush to do something so quick.
All right, well, I mean, we've had that as a passive park. In fact, I remember back in the day, under a previous administration, how they used to say that was actually officially the town park space, so that's how they got around actually having park space on the East Island. But, you know, we've had conversations about this before, about the risks involved of having individuals walking, you know, just walking there. So, I mean, this is stuff.
Other things, though, like you said, a ferry. There could be other doing water sports from there or something. Let's think about it. Let's plan something, some kind of vision. You know.
All right. So we're going to move on with. We're going to bring this back. Okay. Item number 15.
Sorry, item 15. Yeah. Consideration and approval of a private TDR transaction of a transfer of 3 dwelling units from 9900 townhomes, East Bay Harbor Drive to Pearl House, 1170 101 Street.
I'll move it.
Second.
Okay. Is there any comment from the public? No. Any discussion from council? Hearing none. All's in favor, say aye. Aye. Ayes have it. All right. Moving on. Number 16.
16, discussion requested by Councilmember Yaffe to support the Million Trees campaign.
All right, Councilmember Yaffe.
Sure, I think I put this on the agenda. The suggestion and request from Paul Basil seems to have walked out. You know, it sounded like an interesting program to be involved in, just to apply. I don't really recall what the cost is, but.
Yeah, I had a question about staff about this. What is the budget impact? Because I know that there have been, I'm not sure if it's been this organization or other organizations that have put, you know, these types of items up, and there's been significant costs. So does staff have an idea of what it would cost to comply?
Offhand, I do not. Usually there's an application fee, and then there's a participation part of it that the town has to submit into.
Well, I'd like to know the participation part.
Yeah.
You know, for example, it says.
Make this easy. I'm going to withdraw this evening because, as I said, I put it on here. I think at the request of a resident, and since I don't have a lot of information about it, I don't want to spend time talking about it.
Sure. So we're going to withdraw it. Item number.
On the August agenda.
Okay. Item number 17.
Discussion requested by Councilmember Morano regarding the possible amendments to town charter to require election of the office of mayor and establish term limits for town council.
All right, Councilmember Morano.
It's very simple. I think at the forum, some of the council has agreed, and I think it's a good thing for term limits, 2 4-year terms. I really don't care about the election of the mayor. Because that'll add on another 2 years. So I think we should have term limits, 2 4-year terms.
Okay, all right. Any comments? Is there public comment? Mr. Nieto.
He's gone.
He's gone. Anyone else? Mr. Maya. Mr.
Victor Maya. I think one of the main concerns that I have is that the citizens don't have an opportunity to elect its mayor. I think that the position of mayor is an important position. It is not just a figurehead position. And I think that we should have the opportunity to elect our mayor. At the candidates forum, I heard from Mr. Gaffey, Mr. Salver, and Ms. Morano that all of them were in favor of that. I heard favor of term limits. Quite frankly, I couldn't care less about term limits personally. But in terms of reform, I heard a good suggestion in terms of reducing the size of this council to 4 individuals, 2 from the West Island, 2 from the East Island, and 1 mayor at large. And I think that makes perfect sense. I think 7 is very unwieldy. And I think this is a type of reform that's been a long time coming for this council. Especially, I think, the election of our mayor. And somebody wants to run for mayor, they should declare, I want to be mayor, and run for mayor, and have that be a separate election. How many years ago, how many hundreds of years ago, senators, were elected, to the Senate, by the state houses, and, that just was resulting in just unfair representation. And so the Constitution was changed, to allow, for the citizens to directly elect, their senators. And I think that we should have the direct election of our mayor. I think we should reduce size, 2 and 2, and 1 at large. Term limits, you do whatever.
Mrs. Newhut.
Frances Newhut, 9920 West Broadview Drive. If we ask why our town lags behind other neighboring municipalities, Belle Harbor, Surfside, Miami Beach, Aventura, Sunny Isles, etc., and has disputes between government with town citizens, term limits. Why is Bay Harbor Islands one of the only few towns without term limits? Is this a lifetime appointment? Should we be having new people serving in government with new ideas? Elected mayor and vice mayor. Why should seniority rather than merit lead to someone becoming the town mayor or vice mayor? Wouldn't it be more of a democracy if the town citizens elected their own mayor and vice mayor? November elections. Turnout for spring elections, April, with Passover, Easter, and spring break, has always been an embarrassment when the town continuously confuses the voters with changing the day of the April elections. Why not save money and have more of a larger voter turnout with November elections? Instead of experiencing previous town elections with unbeatable incumbents staying in office and using the benefits of office to remain in power indefinitely, perhaps it is time that council gives town citizens the right to vote on whether or not to have term limits and the choosing of a mayor and vice mayor at the next November ballot. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Can I have my benefits? Where are you? What benefits? You get $1 a year.
Yeah.
There's absolutely, positively no benefits.
I have a couple comments.
Just for the record.
Yeah.
I think at the candidate forum.
Hold on. Excuse me, please. Okay.
I don't remember exactly what I said at the candidate forum, and I'm not going to bother to listen to the tape, but I don't recall exactly what I said at the candidate forum, and I'm not going to bother to go listen to the tape. In my view, I'm not opposed to any of this, but I think that if the citizens want it, and I haven't heard anybody other than a couple of people in town saying they want the direct election of the mayor, or they want term limits, or whatever it is, then I think by all means do a petition drive and get the 600 signatures or whatever. I think it's 20%. Well, we did it for height limitation. We could put 100 things. You heard from Mr. Maya and Ms. Newhut in the past, Mr. Ruthfield and others, dozens of different proposals, and we could load that all up on the ballot. I mean, why is one any better than the other? Why not have districts? Why not have a 5-member council? Why not have direct election of the mayor and the vice mayor? Why not have elections in November? There are a lot of things that we discussed, and
I'm interested in the things that the people of the town, the residents of the town really want. So, people in this community have gone around with petitions before and gotten a lot of people to sign things, and I think that's great. I mean, that's really, democracy in action. So why not do it that way?
That's not what you said at the last meeting. At the last meeting, you said, why make them go through...
I did not, absolutely did not say that, Doris. I absolutely did not say that. I invite you to go listen to the tape, because I did not say that.
I have to say, at the candidates forum, it was my impression when the question was asked, are you for term limits, that you answered in the affirmative.
No, I didn't say I'm for term limits. I said I don't have a problem with...
Or for the people voting, but, yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, I think
But it doesn't affect me anymore. I don't really,
Yes,
it's
I
fine.
know, exactly.
That's what the people want, but I think that the people should petition for and put those charter amendments on the ballot because they're important.
I'd like to say a few comments because it's funny, looking at this is definitely a blast from the past because I remember looking at the minutes here. There's something here that I actually signed before I was even on council as chair of the Charter and Ordinance Review Committee from 2007. So I was, 8 years ago, we've had the same conversation, regurgitated the same information. There are some benefits to not having term limits, particularly when it comes to, the information. I mean, how many times we've had conversations and, either Isaac Salver or Bob Yaffe, and many other people that sat here before us, had some institutional knowledge of what used to be or what's going on. I can tell you from the league's perspective, I can't tell you how many times individuals that are elected in this county go to be asked to be appointed to the executive board and their applications denied because they don't have enough years in order to reach the presidency. For those who don't know, being on the executive board, it's a 6-year commitment. We had 2 individuals that applied last year, perfectly competent individuals, but they were turned down because they didn't have the years. If you look at term limits in the state legislature, it's probably been one of the worst decisions ever because it's been a rat race that the moment you get in, you're already planning your 8th year out. The residents speak here. For most of these arguments, it's really without significant merit. For example, the claim that people that there's no ability to get new people on the council. Well, I remember when I was the youngest person on the council. Now I'm in the middle of the run. We have 3 people here that are junior to me. The last election, I mean, to be quite honest, there were, how many? There were 6 people up, so you could have had the ability to have 3 new people, and the people that got the most votes were the most senior people. So, it really strikes me, a little. I'm sorry, there were five people up. It struck me a little odd that you'd be talking about term limits when the people did speak, the people voted. I believe very strongly that the people vote, who they want. I mean, that's their right. When it comes to mayor and vice mayor, I mean, it's been a long-standing tradition to this town to have an appointed mayor and vice mayor, also to have a gradual election every year. One of the reasons why is because it adds stability. Look to many of our neighbors and you see political instability. How many times do you read about in the Miami Herald or you hear about it from other individuals about how their system doesn't work as efficiently as ours? And, one of the great things about Bay Harbor Islands is we do have a very stable government where no one year changes the entire council. And having an elected mayor and vice mayor, obviously, in many cities pits members against each other because you're constantly thinking, gee, I'm going to run for this and I'm going to run against my colleague. Here, you don't have that animosity. Oh, you're going to be mayor? It's a ceremonial post. Half the people in this room have been mayor already. One of the things I also want to mention, and again, this came up also, was the concept of having the election on the November ballot. I mean, I remember when I was a citizen, and it's funny because I changed my position because I once was I was once, when I was just a citizen, I made that same recommendation. And I remember the mayor was Linda Zilber. And I'll never forget, she was right on the money, saying one of the reasons why our forefathers had this was that way, everyone had an opportunity to see the individuals that are up for election. If you have it in November, you have 2 precincts here. You have to have a precinct town hall and a precinct at the school. So theoretically, you would disenfranchise half of the people going out to vote on election day because they never get a chance. You can't be in two places theoretically at the same time. One of the great things of this town is that when you go to vote, you have the opportunity to see all the candidates at the same place. Some people may not want to talk to them, but it actually is the fairest system of all. It's one of the things that makes a small town really great. And she was right on the money then, and I think our forefathers were also too. This item has come up time and time again. And, I feel very strongly, I agree with Councilmember Yaffe. If there are certain individuals that they're so adamant, they can do so. There is a process. But, but we have discussed this many, many times. That's why this agenda item is actually somewhat thick with a lot of times that this has come up before us.
Sorry, let me add a few things. I don't know the reasoning behind why you want to, but let me just say, usually when people have pushed for term limits historically, it's always been because there's this grand fear in large communities with a large number of voters that there's a disproportionate ability for an incumbent to raise money and therefore keep their seat forever, and that's usually the fear and the basis behind it. I want to let you know something. I pulled the numbers for the campaigns for the last rotation, the last 4, okay, just to see, if money equaled getting in. And the funny thing is, for the last 3 elections, the person who raised and spent the least won.
It's true.
Every single one of those 3 elections. And the only reason the 4th didn't have that happen is because there were only 2 candidates, and there were 2 seats. So there was no competition. So, it's not a money thing. There is no issue there. You, quite honestly, George, I'm just saying, you raised and you were successful, and it's great. But I'm just saying, so it's not, so that's usually the basis for why people want term limits on there. This is a small community. One of the things about, whether it be campaigning or anything else, you go out and you meet just about everybody. You try and talk to everybody. I trust the voters. I trust the voters to make a decision, to take a look around. And I got to tell you, there is one other major advantage to not having term limits, and I will say this, and it's something that I think all of us learn real quick, and I'll go, I know we're at 11, but, the fact of the matter is this is a small town, and it gets a very disproportionate amount of money from the state legislature as far as what we're getting for our per capita. That's because of the relationships that the members of the council have when we go to lobby. I can tell you right now, besides the fact that every single person there will hug Isaac as he walks down the hall, he will really get accosted and people will run over to him and hug him. But the fact of the matter is, the relationships that are built over time is why Bay Harbor gets more money for its citizens than a lot of the other towns that are larger. And I think you'd be throwing that out the window by going forward. And I understand the basis, but I think it does a disservice.
Yeah.
My basis is to change. Mr. Sauer, I don't know if it's 16 years, 23 years, 10 years. You need a new influx of ideas, and there's a grip on this council, a political grip on this council that can't be broken. It's very difficult to be broken because incumbents will usually win. Now, Mr. Leonard, when he came in, he was all for term limits, and I have it here that he even said, yeah.
Yep.
He wanted to make changes for the long term.
Yep.
And he wanted a modern system where incumbents don't have an advantage. And incumbents will have an advantage. If you don't have term limits, the incumbents are always getting in, just like the elections are always. The same people are getting in. And there's not, I got in, we'll be honest, I got in because there was only 2 incumbents. The people voted for me, thank you very much. But the only reason that I got in, or a new person got in, was because there was...
and because the members of the community believed that the people were serving them well. That's the difference. I
would have lost had it only been the 2 of them up, and I was running against the 2 of them. And this is a constant thing of it's a political, whatever you want to call it, game here, that has such a grip on this council that new people can't get in, whether they're...
I don't believe that. If someone works hard and introduces themselves to the community and
listen,
really thinks that people
what are
happy
we
with
afraid
them,
of?
You can do it.
Let's put it on the ballot.
think
Let's
it's
choose a
inappropriate.
few things, put it on the ballot, and let the people decide. You know, why are we going to make 600 people, somebody go around town and get all of those petitions?
Democracy. That's how it works. That's referendum. That's government by referendum. Why not? But let me just say...
Democracy is also, like, we voted on it once before, and it was Isaac, myself, and Francisco, who, you know, I may or may not vote for it, but I would like the people to have their voice and say, and I think it's cruel and unusual to make them go through the petition drive. You know, that's unnecessary, and we can easily vote it. I would like to know what the...
Signing something that's cruel and unusual.
Well, who do you think have you ever conducted one? Have you ever taken a petition around to 650 people?
I have.
Yeah,
I remember.
I don't think you did all of them, but I participated in as well. And it's really, you know, it's a lot of work when we could just cut to the chase. I think that's wrong.
But
I have a question. I'm not done. Marlene, can you tell us what the timeline is for an election to get a referendum question? So if we're targeting our April election to have any charter questions on there, what kind of time do we need?
At least 90 days.
9 days. Yeah,
So we'd have to have the language ready by December, January, so we could...
It's a special election, so first we have to ask for permission to have it.
Okay.
And get approved, and then we would have to have the language in.
I mean, I just think that you seem more concerned about changing the system than making it work. Because I mean, it's you know, it's not about changing everyone on the council. It's about making sure that the people are well represented.
Right.
And we have elections in this town every year. It's not, you know, it's not like, you know, like you're a U.S. senator and you're up every 6 years. You know, every year we have an election in this town, and I can't remember. It's not very often we don't have an election. Oftentimes when there's only, you know, 2 incumbents, someone puts their name in. You know, I mean, I'm glad that Josh brought it up, because I remember that the last 2 times I ran for election, I was the guy that raised, less money than the challenger, and significantly less. So, but it's not about the money, and it's not about how long you've been on this council. It's about people being able to vote for who they want to, and I think that, you know, if you have somebody who you think does a good job, I mean, for example, I think Bob does a great job. And I think that's why the people have consistently put him in office 20 years. I don't think that limiting him to being on the council is good, because he obviously is doing a good job, because he's consistently been reelected.
Or do you think it's the campaign that you work on for him?
You know what, Doris? It's that...
Well, I mean, no, let's be real here. Let's be real here. Okay, but this is what I'm talking
I mean,
about.
Kelly didn't work on my campaign, but Kelly supported me, and I very much appreciate it. So it's not all about Jordan and Leonard.
We all support you. That's why you got an extra 100 votes, because I was behind you.
No, but I was also going to say, I mean, I've served on the council with 22 other people over the years. I mean, there has been a lot of turnover over the years. I mean, yeah, Isaac and I are the exception, really, when it comes down to it. Joe Gardner had 40 years.
How long is Ms. Bruder?
Right, I'm sitting in...
I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Stephanie, how long have you been on?
12 years.
10, 16, 20,
a lot of people have retired after 2 terms. And we've had a number of people who have resigned. We've also had, some people who didn't win re-election. I'm not, again, I'm not speaking for or against it. I'm just saying from the fact
Maybe the citizens would not vote for it, and then we could put it to bed.
You know what? It has been put to bed, and so, excuse me, you're out of order, Mrs. Mott. Please, with all due respect. All right. So with that, we're going to move on, and it's actually past 11 o'clock. So, have a second.
Oh wait, we have to decide if we're pushing everything to 2 months from now, correct? Or are we coming back tomorrow night?
I say we're
already a resolution. Everything that's unfinished goes to the next item.
No. We also talked about doing it the next day, but I was going to say mine can wait. I'm still working on it.
No, because Isaac, we pushed the next day unless they wanted to put.
Yeah, I can say we can do it at the next council meeting.
Next council.
I think ours can wait too.
Okay. All right.
I want to wish everybody a happy summer.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, we're adjourned. Good night.
It was a discussion item.